For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development. As well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Berkey Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
You have just tuned into the breakfast show on Business Day Television. It's actually a very beautiful Thursday morning, and we had enough factor to keep you going. Thank you for joining us this morning. I am Destiny Momo, and with me is
Indeed, Onyeka Valentine. We have a lot packed up. Let's see how we unveil them.
Definitely. And I'm moving on. Let's just quickly inform you on how this breakfast show this morning will go on. Right about now, we will inform you on the major headlines and stories making the round. So just do a little bit of banter around the major headline stories and from there we'll move to our newspaper review segment where we give you information of what is happening on the front line of our dailies. And from there, it will be time for the Business Morning segment where we unveil business issues around Nigeria and globally as well. And then from there, we move to the big story. And from the big story, we will bring to you for the social listening segment where we banter around the issues, making the round on our social media space. Now these and more are what we have for you this morning. Now, before we even talk about what's happening on the headlines this morning, what's going on? What's going on? I just want to hear from you. What's actually happening around Nigeria? especially maybe even Lagos, Nigeria? What are you hearing happening around Nigeria, around the world? What are the things that you think, we should actually focus our gaze on right now?
It is what it is. Again, before we come on TV to come present, we always have to go through papers, check what happened the day before. But what actually kind of picked up my fancy the most is the fact that whether or not we like it, right? We as Nigerians, especially those who are civilians, as you and I, are we doing enough to help those who are personnel, to help them discharge their duty? Every now and then we go on social media, we want to blame, oh, the police did this, the army did that, or this police personnel has done this or has beaten this or that. There's always finger pointed towards them. But I now begin to ask myself a question. Even we as Nigerians, are we doing that which we need to do? In our social responsibility, if you see something, would you say something? How would the police do their work properly if you don't, help them out?
A lot of times, the whistleblowing thing keeps happening here and there. But every sector is being careful of one thing or the other. Nobody wants to overdo. Nobody wants to.
So they're not used as a scapegoat.
Nobody wants to.
Well.
As that point of contact to say, okay, it was because of you that this happened. The carefulness is not good for our national development. If you ask me. It's not so good for it. Because, the other day when the governor of Edo State, Pebolo, made the error, right? A whole lot of people were delving on him as if to say, nobody's above mistake.
Right.
I'm not saying that you should have unplanned speeches when you come to the fore as the number one citizen of the state, but at the same time, I don't know, the crucifying, I don't know if it was so necessary.
Right. So if you are in public space, right, it is assumed that you are a well-seasoned speaker. Exactly. It is assumed that you are, in fact, we want to believe that for you to be at that level, right, you have gone through all the hurdles of being a public speaker. And because you're into leadership, you are in a point where people look up to. Or if you're going to make a mistake, let it be, like maybe, some will call it slip of tongue. Not that kind of mistake. However, exactly. But however, mistakes are bound to happen. Presidents around the world have made such mistakes. But what's more important is we are quick to jump on those mistakes when we need to look at other important things. The same with every other state. For me, I think the responsibility from citizens need to begin to be more highlighted.
Exactly.
I give a good example when I said, are we doing enough as Nigerians to help those who are in offices to discharge their duties properly? Now that this is being sworn in by our president, let's see how the relationship between the police and the citizens will follow through. Right?
I would also believe that swearing in as a matter of fact will also bring about a speedy process of the state policing that they're talking about, because I don't know, it has been dragging under the
for a while now.
Yes, under the former IGP. I know that he is not actually totally responsible for it, but his push would have given a go-ahead to make a bit, faster measures towards that direction, because like you and I know, the state policing development is very, very crucial at this time, being that a whole lot of insecurity is still happening and still coming closer, to the West, and which of course shouldn't be. We're not saying the North should suffer it alone. We're saying that it shouldn't even happen at all.
Some people think that when we say Lagos and we say the North, Sokoto, Bauchi, it kind of sounds as if they're different Nigeria. But it's still the same one Nigeria.
It's one Nigeria.
What it takes anyone to perpetrate evil in those areas, what it takes them to come down here is just one public transport,
but
and that's it.
Nigerians are thinking that the people perpetrating this evil are northerners, not knowing that
on the contrary,
they might not be even citizens
of
Nigeria.
On the contrary, it is who gets paid the most.
Exactly.
So terrorism is not unique to a particular area.
Yeah.
Anyone could be a terrorist, might not even have a gun. Terrorism comes from different areas. You could be a cyber terrorist. You could also be, an economic terrorist. Let's be honest. The whole world, look, so now with what's going on with US threatening to invade Iran saying that if you fire us, we'll fire back. Let's be honest, who is the aggressor here? The US is the aggressor. And so economically, if Donald Trump gives the marching order right now and they open fire on Iran, what will happen is that economically, that whole basin, that whole area from Straits of Hormuz, right, that is responsible for trunking a whole lot of ships and containers and oil barges to other countries will be affected. It will affect the cost of crude oil. Economically,
inflation
will happen. So my question now is, in its own way, isn't that terrorism? You know, so, well, again, it is what it is.
So yeah, you've just said it all, but then again, I think we should just see what's making around on our headlines this morning. Now, it says here that Tinubu has sworn in Disu as the new Inspector General of Police. Wow. And then we also have here that the Southeastern governors, they're backing the SEDC with 25 billion naira additional fund for 2026. And the next one says that the NUPRC sets Friday deadline for 2025 licensing round applications. And then the last story we have right here on the headlines this morning says that the U.S. sentences ex-NNPC General Manager Okoronkwo to 87 months in jail for $2.1 million adducts a bribe.
It's a sad one.
Wow. What do you think you want to think very quickly?
Very quickly, I mean, whoever it is that's watching right now might agree with me or maybe disagree with me. But let's look at it from two angles, because for me, it kind of sounds like a two-edged sword. One, whenever there's a big issue regarding, bribe or corruption or whatever it is, we realize that the West or whoever it is that is involved in it is quick to label Nigeria or label Nigerians as a whole as quote and unquote all in gray area. It doesn't work that way. I don't think it's right. Yes, he might have been found guilty and then jailed, which they said so, but what about those who perpetrate such crime, who are also involved in those kind of criminalities here in Africa, who come from those countries? Are we seeing that equal, or put it this way, same treatment?
It has never been the same.
I think on the contrary, because now
it has never been the same. I don't know. I think Nigerians, or should I say Africans?
Right.
I don't know the relationship deal that we have with the Western world. Any country affiliated to us one way or the other, we tend to still protect their image against how they do for us.
Most definitely.
It is it has never been the same, and it's not even about to change.
Right.
And we see it right before us that, wow, now this thing that they are doing to other people. You can take the case of Ekweremadu.
Right.
For instance, his wife was recently released. Right. Now, it is not supposed to be for a person that has actually gotten to
that level
of governance or politics.
Yes, but just to add, I mean, if you're found guilty and all indications show that that this person actually did this thing, there is no excuse.
There's no excuse.
Whether you are in the country or outside the country.
But my question is, if such level of governance of a personality, has a crime like that his or her beck and call, will Nigerians do that to that individual or that personality? Will Nigerians or will Nigerian government do the exact same thing like they treat our own people over there? I'm not saying that what they did was wrong, but I'm saying that the treatment level that we give them, the preferential treatment we give, to even their celebrities, the politicians, right? It's different from how they treat us.
I'll tell you something. So you're not wrong. Again, what we call this thing is cap in hand.
Okay.
If a nation always presents itself as always being the needy nation, right? Presents itself, as the nation that goes cap in hand always, what happens very quickly is this: you are quick to collect money or collect aid from these nations. Now, in return, you don't know this, but you are paying more. Why? Because your stance as a nation, your sovereignty as a nation, your ability for you to negotiate on equal grounds will be mortgaged. Because they're telling you, why should we want to listen to you? This person committed this crime abroad. But there's what we call diplomatic conversations to actually look, before we let such high profile person be thrown under the bus, can we talk about it?
We talk about it? Now you've said it all. You said it all. Now with my co-presenter Valentine Onyeka has hit the nail on the head again. Now we'll be right back for the newspaper review segment. Do not go anywhere.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
You are welcome back to the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now, this is the newspaper review segment where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm your host, and I'm your host, Destiny Mama. Joining me in the studio for more insight this morning is,
as usual,
Valentine. Wow! And as always, now let's go straight to the conversation. Now, talking about Business Day front page this morning, we have that Nigerians exporters pivot to China amid U.S. uncertainty. It says that Nigeria's exporters pivot to China amid U.S. uncertainty. Right. Now, the story by Betel Olujobi, right, has explored a lot here when it says that Nigerian non-oil exporters are making a pivot to China as they look to escape a growing wave of United States trade uncertainty, with Washington turning up the heat on tariffs and Beijing rolling out the red carpet. Now, it says here that the logic for local businesses go where the barriers are actually falling. Now, part of another story making the rounds on our Business Day newspaper this morning says that affordable housing shortage stalls youth home ownership dreams. Affordable housing shortage stalls youth home ownership dreams. And it says here that inflation paradox, food basket states stabs as neighbors feast. Inflation paradox, food basket states stabs as neighbors feast. Whoa. And then we have on the Business Day newspaper the property investment summit picture, and then we have our very own publisher Grace on the front page of the newspaper on our Business Day property investment program that took place yesterday. Very, very interesting. And here says that a stock market rally, a brewing bubble. Now, this is a question that has gotten explainers already. And then here says that Naira pairs gains as CBN buys dollars to tame rally. Wow. So, what do you make of this? You know, the big story is there saying that Nigeria's exporters pivot to China amid U.S. uncertainty, and most interestingly is the Business Day property investment and summit. It was a lot. So much investment is going on in that sector.
It's good when we see, key business captains, line up like this.
Captains of industries,
of course, most definitely. Talking about property and how property can, cascade into helping the economy grow. And the sweetest part of everything is, truth be told, I mean, we are business television.
Definitely.
A Business Day, and whenever the business flows, there we go. And then
our focus is head on
most definitely
in that regard.
Most definitely. So it's a good thing that we can afford to always be there present. I just hope that this yields great dividends, and then we're able to generate funds from it, to grow the station. I always enjoy when I see, our publisher in the front line like this. It gives us reason to say, look, we are hitting
in the real
head.
estate sector, the publisher can never go wrong. This man is very much in just property investments. He has so much to offer in that regard. You can never go wrong.
Let's look at that Nigerian exports pivot to China. I don't know, but if you look at it, truth be told, anyone who is back home right now watching would agree with us that you cannot eat your cake and have it.
No,
you see, the U.S. doesn't expect every other country to catch a cold. Now that we are in our present day of 2026, whenever they sneeze. Last time Donald Trump was in the news, was yesterday, it was 2 days ago, he was mentioning something about that United States is the economic engine of the world.
And how so Trump will always
defend.
bring them to the fore.
Yeah, but the question now is, do you expect every other country not to have options? And it looks as if once any country has any option, they'll blacklist you and say, look, let us place some sanctions or let's increase tariffs. But Nigeria is a developing country, and with 200 million people, it's not only well strategized and well positioned for growth, it will also help other smaller countries within this our area, the Sahel area, or within West Africa. But there's a good thing here that I'm seeing, which is in every situation there's an opportunity.
Definitely. So
right?
you have to look inward and see where to turn out your opportunities.
Exactly. So if China is the new frontier and destination, good and fine. Good and fine. Yeah. The amount of opportunities in China alone, the US might not, and then me saying this, I'm not anti-US. No, I love the United States of America. I love American people, right? But this is business here. So if business doesn't favor you in a particular country, you port to the next one. The amount of opportunities in China, some people are still in denial, but believe it or not, China has now become, if not bigger than the US economy when it comes to manufacturing, tech and a whole lot. However, US has the brunt and the power to want to move in and bully, just the way we see them trying to bully their way to Iran. We see their ships all over, the axis within Iran. They claim that Iran has nuclear weapons and they are enriching it for, for terror. Iran is saying no, we want to enrich the nuclear for the essence of electricity, for other technology and other stuff, not for nuclear bombs. But again, it is what it is.
I need you to still put in more words for the affordable housing shortage as it stalls youth home ownership growth. A whole lot of people are investing.
True.
Yes, in real estate because everyone knows that land banking and all of that one, it's soon going. In fact, it's the new oil, so to speak. So now, if a lot of youths the dream of a lot of youth are being stalled, especially in Lagos because of demolition, or building on wrong places and high tension wires, and because of that, their dreams, are fallen short as a result of home demolition exercise that's happening here and there in Lagos State. What do you think should be? Should the youths keep dreaming? Should they keep their dream alive?
You see me laughing. I will tell you why I'm laughing.
The real estate sector. What do you think should happen?
So, that question is for our people out there.
Yeah.
So when
you're a youth, aren't you? An ambitious one, so to speak.
It's interesting when you say
an ambitious one.
So if you are within a particular age, right, and you understand that opportunities are in front of you, but you don't make good use of them, is a challenge. But in this particular situation, right, people who know that housing is a point for growth economically and want to get into it, if they don't have the money, they are caught short, really. And so the question now should be, where are they going to get funds to enable them jump into these areas? Is the government making available such kind of, such amount of funds to say, we can support you with this or move ahead? Yes, they are. No, they're not. Yes, there are mortgage schemes now. If you want to own a home, you could go out there, find out the full information online, register, be part of it. There's MREV, there's a whole lot where you can go, be part of these things, and then begin to build up to own a home. I remember when Mohammed was here, he said he has also moved into that scheme too, where you'll be paying gradually so you can own a home in the future, which is the Nigerian mortgage scheme, something like that, which is not bad. But the question now is information flow. How many people, how many youths are aware of these things?
Not so many.
So that's why we're here, to inform them.
I was passing a particular location along the Ogombo axis here in Lagos, Nigeria, and I saw some building that they're being, that are being erected, by developers. You find out the kind of rods they use there. Now, these houses are not strong enough. And you find out that the roofing is not even equally made. It's just a shabby walk. At the end of the day, they want to cover it up with the interior design or the finishing outlook.
And that's developers for you.
And then a lot of people will now say they can't do that. They would rather, build their own homes from the scratch.
But is
it easy? Is it easy?
Because so I'll tell you, because I mean I have an opportunity to have built something small.
Okay.
Right? Even if it's for business purposes or for for living, whichever it is, even if it's a small boys' quarter that you want to build, the cost of materials now, Destiny, is not a joke.
I know.
Those back home who are developers, they might be watching this. Those who are architects, those who are contractors, and those who understand this business.
Believe
guess what? They will tell you. They will tell you. Cost of materials. A bag of cement now goes for almost 12,000 naira.
That's high, considering the fact that you need
That's
hundreds of bags.
And let's not forget, we have Dangote cement right here in Nigeria. We have production of cement going on. We have other companies that produce cement here. But yet, cement is hitting 12 to almost 13,000 naira per bag. It all depends on your location. So if, for instance, you stay in an area where cement is being manufactured, of course, transportation will not be much like that.
Yes, there'll be proximity.
But if you now stay far away, and let's assume they produce cement here in Lagos, and you want to build your house somewhere in Gwagwalada.
And don't forget the Omonile is at the one of their money.
So you see.
And all of that one. So it's not just an easy task.
It's not an easy task.
So that's why a lot of people just do not want that stress. They just want to buy their homes. But are they buying quality or quantity? Because anything that's worth doing at all is worth doing well. And so that's where the problem still lies.
When it comes to shelter, what is the primary goal? It's not to prevent rain and sun.
Exactly.
You not even think about You not even think about durability anymore,
but
because
you see a lot of POPs falling on people's heads now.
But which would you prefer? Not to have a home, to always be a tenant for how long? Every year, house will increase. House rent will increase. You know what I mean?
You've got it there.
What else we have on that paper there?
And I was seeing that the Naira pairs gains as CBN buys dollars to tame rally. Oh my God. Oh my God. So I think we should just we've taken so much on our Business Day newspaper.
Let's see the Punch.
Let's see what's happening on the Punch newspaper very quickly.
Okay, this one's going to juggle our mind. Are you ready for this one?
Go ahead.
It says Tinubu to Senate. Amend constitution for state police now.
Wow.
Interesting that Tinubu can now, our president, as our commander-in-chief of the armed forces,
I knew that was the primary,
most definitely,
the primary reason for the change in of the IGP.
Hold on, before you go ahead, so that I land on this point. Him now saying that this state police thing should be fast-tracked. My question now is, why so quick now? What was the delay all along? That question, like they say, if you ask me now, who will go?
Ask.
Is it because now Disu has now been sworn in?
Exactly.
Anyways, we don't know. Hope people back home want to find out. Hopefully someone will answer that very quickly. And that's page 2. Then page 23, Destiny. He says, recapitalization, 13 banks raised to meet March 31 deadline. Rather, March 31st deadline. So 13 banks, raised to meet March 31st deadline. So if you're a banker, or maybe you have your money in the bank, we all do have our money in the bank, begin to think hard and think fast.
Very fast.
Page 2, Tinubu's executive order blocks 2 trillion naira NNPC fees. Ogulari, right there, we see his picture. That one is in page 2. Then the major rider here, of course, like you already mentioned already, says Disu declares total war on police corruption, impunity.
Oh my God.
With this now, people back home want to find out, are we going to see a new era where you can drive your vehicle and when they stop you, they ask for what they are supposed to ask?
Without wanting something
a kickback or something, right? I'm going to see that. But you see, my own question is, having a new, IGP in that seat, or rather on that seat, does that change some bad eggs? I didn't say all, some bad eggs in the police system.
Yeah. The whole thing about being new in the office will make you want to declare a whole, a lot of prospects of what you plan on doing.
Right.
The actual truth is, or the actual expectation of the people is, those in the prospects that have been churned out as a result of the new office you have been given, will it really and actually see the light of day? Will these things actually happen?
Right.
We've had a lot of IGPs come out, to declare war on corrupt officers and all of that one. But what happens at the end of the day?
After 6 months of back-to-back marathon movement, will they now slow down and now become complacent?
Will reality now come, face to face with a new IGP, that he now begins to reason with peace talk on, these major, prospects that he has already turned out?
Right. Okay, so very quickly, it says Tinubu decorates, of course, we see the picture right
Definitely.
here. See him decorate the acting IG, demands new NPF. Also, he says, Nigerians are my bosses, these pledges. Oh,
wow.
We like that. We hope those words will come with actions.
Exactly.
They say, when words are spoken, actions should be added to it.
Exactly.
Then again, under the major rider, it says, time's up for lawless, dirty officers, says new IGP. Should I be giving a round of applause, or should I hold my round of applause? I don't know yet. We're about to find out, because there are a lot of dirty ones. Thank God the good ones are more than dirty ones. But
But I also believe that the new man, Disu, I don't know, but Tinubu somehow has a way of bringing out technocrats to actually, do these jobs once in a while, like he did with the Mustafa man.
No, that was a good pick.
Right, so are you not saying that, are you not foreseeing also that this pick is also, walking in that line of perfection?
Listen, to be honest with you,
I can tell.
I've kind of followed General Mustafa, General Christopher Musa, General. Yes, I followed his progress, and I followed his story like 10 years ago. I was following his, so I could tell that, look, when he was now put forward for exactly for me, I was like great option, But I don't know much about Disu. I'll probably have to take my time and go, dig deep and find out. But so far,
the name sounds really, really familiar. Has he been making the rounds and making some prominent, development?
We'll find out. We'll find out.
We want to believe that it's going to be, for the best, right?
We'll find out. We'll find out. All right. So before we jump into the cartoon of the day, I'll just take one more story.
Yeah,
all right. So let's try. So it says labor issues Friday ultimatum to FG on wage arrears.
Oh my God. Go ahead.
It says again, Labour issues Friday ultimatum to FG on wage arrears. So arrears are still being held by this country. Meanwhile, we're spending trillions and billions to fund, in fact, we're wasting billions on excessive things when it comes to governance. Let me tell you, I believe, again, they might disagree with me, that cost of governance in Nigeria is too high and expensive. The money that, with the monies that are being wasted could be chunked in to these areas like this, for instance, trying to meet up the arrears.
More results will be...
Anyways, it is what it is.
So let's very quickly see what we have on the cartoon of the day, so we can round up this section very quickly.
Right.
What do we have on the cartoon of the day?
All right, so someone that we know, he has a house, and you see, it says 2027. Now, the house behind this person is on fire, but yet it's watering 2027.
Wow. Wow.
Ambition amid the issues on ground.
So is this saying misplaced priority?
Most definitely misplaced priority. We put square pegs in round holes.
Which is not fitting at all.
Well, at this point we pray that the rains come down so that it can quench the fire. Like they say, what a man will not do, maybe our Creator will do.
And we also thank God for the new IGP. Who knows? With the new IGP, coming in right now, I'm sure that this insecurity and the misplaced priority thing can actually
be sorted out.
But that's all we have for you this morning on our newspaper review segment. And I hope you were able to get a thing or two. And don't forget that this will also happen same time tomorrow. With me is
Onyeka Valentine.
And I'm Destiny Mama. Up next is the Business Morning segment by yours truly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come
ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy,
This is where business meets perspective with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This
Good morning. You're welcome back to the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now it is time for Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Now let's bring you the news in details. The Acting Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, has arrived at the Presidential Villa Abuja to complete the process of assumption of office. Now, Disu arrived at the Presidential Villa at about 2:45, accompanied by 2 senior police officers and some family members, while Kayode Egbetekun, the outgoing Inspector General of Police, was also sighted entering to join the guests. Disu is expected to be decorated as the acting IGP following the resignation of Kayode Egbetekun on Tuesday. Now, the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, had on Tuesday announced that President Bola Tinubu has accepted the resignation of the outgoing Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetekun, following the submission of his letter citing present family considerations. Meanwhile, governors of the 5 southeastern states, Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo, have resolved to contribute 5 billion naira each to support the proposed 140 billion naira budget of the Southeast Development Commission for the 2026 fiscal year. Now, the chairman of the Senate Committee on SEDC, Orji Kalu, revealed this on Wednesday while presenting the Commission's 2026 budget report to the Senate Committee on Appropriations. In his words, the additional funding commitment from the governors is intended to ensure the execution of impactful development-driven projects across the region in the coming fiscal year. Now, Carlo explained that the committee is seeking additional funding support following consultations with governors and key stakeholders in the Southeast. And still on, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has issued a final call to prospective investors, announcing that the window for pre-qualification applications for the Nigerian 2025 licensing round will officially close on Friday. Now, the Commission, in a public notice released on Wednesday, stated that the registration and submission portal will be closed at 4:30 p.m. on Friday, February 27, 2026, in accordance with Section 11 and 2 of the licensing round guidelines. And according to reports, the Nigerian government, under the licensing round, which commenced in December 2025, is offering 50 oil and gas blocks across onshore, swamp, shallow water and offshore terrains spanning diverse basins. The government also expects to attract about $10 billion in investment through the licensing round, adding up to 2 billion barrels of oil output over the next 10 years, with an estimated 400,000 barrels per day of production volumes when the blocks are fully operational. And now to end the news, the United States District Court has sentenced Paulino Okoronkwo, a Nigerian-American and former general manager at the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, to 87 months in prison for receiving a $2.1 million bribe from Adax Petroleum, a subsidiary of Sinopec, the Chinese state-owned oil and gas conglomerate. The United States Government District Judge John Walter, in a statement issued on Monday, also ordered Okoronkwo to pay $923,824 in restitution to the Internal Revenue Service. The court further ordered the forfeiture of $1.3 million, representing the net proceeds from the sale of a presidential property owned by the former NNPC executive. And according to U.S. prosecutors, Okoronkwo abused his position as general manager in NNPC's upstream division by accepting a $2.1 million payment from Adax Petroleum's Switzerland-based subsidiary in October of 2015. And now, very quickly, let's go on a break. When we are back, we will be discussing the first topic on the Business Morning segment. Do not go anywhere. It's The Breakfast Show on Business Day Television.
Not everyone gains access. Not everyone belongs to the room within the room. The Shift Conference Lagos 2026 introduces the VIP experience for leaders who refuse to simply attend, but who have chosen rather to ascend. The VIP session gives you some benefits that the general session can't. Special registration and access into the room, a meet and greet with me before the general session starts, front row seats, and at the VIP session, opportunity to ask the speakers direct questions, strategic networking, and a curated launch designed to enhance networking and opportunity. There are few seats, but so many on our wait list already. If you belong to the table, this is your invitation. Lock in your seat before someone else takes your place.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations.
From and where you are now.
So Trucks Transit Parks, which we are rebranding to TTP now, began as a
technology company that wanted to change the narrative about ports and truck traffic congestion. About 15 years ago, the Nigerian government concessioned the terminals within the ports. So they moved from being run by the Nigerian Ports Authority to being run by private operators. These private operators needed to have space where they can stock containers and other goods that come in, and the ones that are also being taken out of the country. But as the ports have not been expanded since they were built in the 1930s, and as our road infrastructure have also not been expanded, the result naturally was congestion, as our increased import and increased population generated more traffic than the ports could handle. Between 2017 and 2019, we had a lot of congestion here in Apapa and Tinkan Island. And as a company, we felt that the use of technology could help to solve that truck traffic problem that looked endemic. So we designed a solution that is both local and also has international appeal. We called it ATO. It is a traffic management and scheduling application that enables all the stakeholders within the maritime environment to plan their movement and plan their operations in one single app. So whether you are a terminal operator, you are expecting a certain traffic of trucks in a day to evacuate or to bring in cargo to the port, or you are a transporter who has gotten a business or businesses to move cargo into and out of the port, or you are a shipping agent who has cleared goods that are either leaving the country or coming into the country. ATO provides you a platform to plan the movement of the trucks that are going to form part of your operations day by day. So with this, we are now able to manage the congestion. I used to see 7,500 trucks a day lined up and finding it difficult to move, to now being able to shift that traffic away from the road into what is called satellite truck parks and pre-gates. From here, the trucks are now able to move into their respective ports and terminal destinations.
I'm also curious to know, because for decades we've known the Apapa, Tinkan environment to be congestion ridden. So how was ATO able to transform this? I'm hoping that has been transformed, I believe, from what you're saying. So how are you able to achieve that? What was the biggest mindset shift?
Okay, so the biggest mindset shift was that we're going to move from manual operations, manual traffic management, manual data collection to digital. That was the critical shift in mindset that was necessary. The second was that every stakeholder were going to be assigned roles, and those roles are going to be monitored. And as long as each stakeholder perform their roles that they've been assigned, we're going to have sanity on the road by way of freedom of movement instead of traffic congestion. The third was that we needed hard infrastructure, and this hard infrastructure included parking lots for these vehicles, for these trucks. So when you combine technology, which is represented by the ATO app, stakeholder collaboration, which means that every stakeholder, whether you are the Nigerian Ports Authority, the Lagos State Government, police, last mile terminal operators, shipping agents, drivers, transporters, everyone had a role to play in managing the daily traffic of trucks into the port. And then you have infrastructure where the trucks that hitherto were on the road will now need to go into those parking facilities until they are needed at their respective terminals. This was what had to be done. This was the mindset shift that needed to happen for us to tame the tiger of truck and port congestion to the order and sanity that we have today.
And many people still see ATO as just a call-up app. How do you really describe what it is that ATO is, especially as a foundational infrastructure that you created?
So ATO is an economic driver. It is not just a traffic management app. Why I say it's an economic driver is that Nigerian economy is dependent on a lot of things that happen in the ports. And there are a lot of agencies that drive what happens in the ports, especially as it comes to cargo clearance, payments being made to the federal government, and data gathering. So you have the customs, for example. We have integrated our ATO app with the NXP that is managed by customs and the CBN. NXP simply means Nigerian Export Proceeds. So if you have any export, like you are moving out of the country, there's a certain payment you make to the federal government. Before now, trying to inspect that cargo, assess what needs to be paid, make the payments, used to take a lot of time in the ports, creating in-terminal congestion, which means the truck that has come into the port needs to go through these processes before it can then offload its cargo and it is shipped. We've taken that out of the port, working with the Nigerian Customs Service and the Nigerian Ports Authority. And those activities are now performed outside of the port before the trucks get into the port corridor. ATO is at the center of that. We call these facilities export processing terminals. So ATO has been integrated with the CBN Export Process Platform and the export processing terminals established by MPA to ensure that these economic activities that sometimes delay the movement of cargo and trucks is now conducted outside of the economic zone. Now, with ATO integrating all of these processes, you have a faster movement of cargo and trucks that are bearing exports from their points of origination to the destination terminals. So ATO is doing more than simply managing traffic. It is coordinating, and it's a hub for economic activities managed by digital technology.
I like how you've already just well captured the fact that it's a hub that manages, economic activities. But one thing that TTP does is, it works as basically an intersection between government and the private sector.
Right.
And it's a partnership model that's quite interesting. What would you say this partnership model has achieved that couldn't have been achieved alone with just the government or just the private sector?
For quite a number of years, we tried to engage with private operators. We tried to engage with some of the transport unions. We approached some of the tank farm operators, some of the downstream petroleum operators to provide a service, a digital service that can enable them move their trucks and move their cargo faster. But adoption was slow because the question was, so if we engage you to do this for us, we are still going to share the road with other operators who are not your customers, whom you have no control over. So how are you going to ensure that while we follow this process, that we are not now going to be stuck by others who are not following the same process? So that means you needed a big brother who would tell everybody, come under this umbrella. And that was where the government came in. The government said, hey, all of you operators must go through this platform for you to perform this operation or perform or receive this service. So by having a government partner in who has the resource of the law and the power of enforcement behind them, they can then make sure that that innovation, which we are responsible for, is now implemented across board, not in silos, not for certain stakeholders and not for others. So that is why it is important to have private innovation, which we are bringing through ATO and supplementary solutions, and also the government big brother capability that ensures that everybody falls in line and complies. And that has been
You're welcome back. Now you're still watching Business Morning segment on Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Now our conversation for today is talking about building products for the real Africa and solving infrastructure gaps with smart design. Now, building for the real Africa, right? It's been ongoing. A whole lot is happening in that sector. Now, Africa's infrastructure challenges are enormous, but so is the opportunity for impact when innovative design meets pragmatic needs. Now, as the continent continues to urbanize and diversify its economies, building for the real Africa means focusing on solutions engineered for local conditions, affordability, and even long-term sustainability rather than solely on grand flagship projects. Now, across sectors, forward-thinking companies, governments, and designers are reimagining what infrastructure looks like on the ground. ground, from housing and logistics hubs to even digital networks and sustainable materials. Now, the scale of the challenge, Africa faces a persistent infrastructure gap, with experts estimating that the continent actually requires hundreds of billions of dollars annually to close deficits in energy, transport, water, and even digital networks. Now, current financing falls well short of this mark, leaving many critical projects stalled or unrealized. Now, smart localized design solutions have emerged, and innovators are stepping in with products and systems tailored to Africa's unique environment. In Kenya, sustainable building materials made from psyllium root structures of fungi are being used to produce low-cost biodegradable panels for housing and even insulation, offering an affordable alternative to traditional bricks and reducing environmental impact. And our digital transformation initiatives like enhanced broadband mapping systems aim to identify connectivity gaps and guide targeted investment in communication networks across multiple Africa nations. And now, joining us this morning is Baki Adewale Musa. He is a senior product manager. Good morning, Baki.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for having me.
Join us this morning. Now, are we truly designing for the real Africa, or do you think we're just copying solutions built for Europe and just repainting them for Lagos, Nairobi, or Accra?
We're making progress. We're making progress, but we still need to do better. Too often, many things we do is just we import playbook from London, Silicon Valley, and we localize them into our African as a continent. So products for African markets should not be defined by what works in stable economy like the US, UK, and the likes. It should be built for African, where there is no stable electricity, broadband is not universal, and there is fragile income. So we need to make sure we're tailoring all the products we develop for this particular economy. So if product assumption depend on uninterrupted power supply, high-speed internet, and individual device ownership, then we're not designing for Africa. We're designing for small urban elites. So one principle I always emphasize on is context is not a feature. Context needs to be the product. So if your discovery process during the product development doesn't deeply immerse in the life of the reality of the people you're developing for, then there's a problem and there's a gap which we really need to work on, which needs to be filled. So in a nutshell, we're making progress, but we're not there yet. We need to make sure all the products we're trying to build, it should be it should focus on the pain points of the people we're primarily developing for, which are the Africans, not just copying and paste what works in a developed world like the Europe and US, and just mimicking them for our African audience.
All right, in communities where power supply is quite unstable, how should product teams actually rethink design? Should offline first be the default rather than a feature?
Yes, in the situation whereby there is not much power supply, and in that kind of situation, product managers need to ensure, okay, is the product, how well can their product sustain in case there is a low bandwidth? We need to be able to make sure the architecture of the product we're developing, how are we able to make sure when there is low internet, when there is low electricity, our product doesn't run in the background for too long, so that it doesn't drain users' power. Our products can withstand low bandwidth. In a situation whereby there is low internet connectivity, our products can still work for the users without necessarily having a high frequency for their internet. So all this needs to be considered when building a product. And it doesn't just start after launch. It starts from the architecture which you use during the development, during the deployment stage, and all the stages, even though during the maintenance stage. So all these things are very important whenever we're developing a product. So yes, that's how it is. From the beginning, from the conception to the launch of the product, the product manager needs to make sure what they're working on, it needs to be tailored to the African community, considering the internet, considering the power supply, considering the finance, because the price tag as well of each product which you use, if it's a product which deals on that, it's asked to be fair for the African market, because the financial power needs to be considered as well. Every aspect of the product needs to be put in place to make sure, okay, does this really align to the African market properly?
Right. So then, how can startups build scalable products when roads, even logistics systems, and broadband access still remain inconsistent across regions?
We need to consider what scale really means. First, scale in Africa is not just geographical expansion, it is the adaptability across a fragmented ecosystem. Because you can't just build a modular system or build a partnership on operation model. You need to be able to decentralize. So that way it will be easier for you to execute. For instance, now, if you're an e-commerce company, you need to be able to decentralize your logistic. That way, you know, okay, moving around, uh, any challenge you're likely to face with means of transportation, if you decentralize, to be easier for you to deliver and meet your users' needs easily. So decentralizing is much easier. It helps in this kind of situation to curb road logistic, and even for broadband, you can try and ensure your data location is not just based in one particular region. That way, if you have multiple location for your data storage, that way users can easily access information. They can easily retrieve information on the internet when they are very close to that particular location. For example, if your database is in Lagos, then if users in Lagos will easily retrieve information from your product much easily than someone in Kano or Bruno. But if you have a decentralized location for your database, then someone over there will be able to much more retrieve all this information. So there will not be any lag in your database or in retrieving information on using your product. So decentralization is the key thing here, because if we don't do that, there's going to be issue in users. There will be a lot of user experience issue in this kind of situation. And one thing I always say is, in a fragmented ecosystem, how resilient is our product? How resilient is our product? Because with most of these things, we need to build them ourselves. Location of your database, you need to be intentional. Where is your database located? How fast can you optimize your product for users to be able to receive information from your uh, product usage? So all these things are very important when uh, launching a product.
Right. So then, are investors patient enough to actually fund infrastructure aware products that may take longer to scale but solve deeper systemic problems? Right? Do you think investors are patient enough to fund these infrastructure aware products?
One thing about investors is, investors are wired for speed. Investors always want the money to invest 1 year, 2 years. There should be revenue. Everyone will invest. That's what everyone wants. But African infrastructure demand patience. Most infrastructure aware products, they need to solve other problem, create defensibility, and generate long-term trust. And to do all this, it takes time. So it takes time, but what investors want is what they can invest in, and it should be able to, within a couple of years, it should be generating them a reasonable amount of revenue. So if you build for the hardest 60% of the market, instead of the easiest 10%, you're building something enduring. Your speed impress investors. That is the fact. The speed of a product, how it's able to build, to launch, to generate revenue, All these things attract investors, but the durability, that's what really build the empire. So the right capital for market is patient capital, not speed, which most investors always crave for.
It then means that, or what does smart design actually look like in market when affordability is not even optional, but maybe more of a survival driven?
African household, affordability is not a pricing strategy, it's a survivor. Because in many African households, what everyone is looking for, how affordable is it? Most time, how affordable is it? Affordable? Is there a competitor who's offering a much more valued for the money, and the pricing is also much better? So smart design means low data consumption. How is your product? How much data is it consuming? How much is it running in the background when users are not opening the app or interacting with your product? What's the pricing? How is your pricing compared to other competitors? Does it have a pay on the go model? So all these things are very important. They are very important to the African household because everything boils down to the economy. You need to ensure, is this product I'm deploying, is it very relevant? Will my audience be able to afford it? So all these things means it also has to do with ruthless prioritization. You need to prioritize what's important. Is it the people I'm trying to deploy this product for? Are they really interested in so and so? So we need to be able to prioritize what is much more important as a product manager. So as a product manager, speaking from my own perspective, what is the smallest valuable experience can I ship for my users for them to use? What smallest value can I, what smallest product can I ship for them to use, and which they're going to see a value in it? So in a low income market, every megabyte, every naira spent must be justifiable. So lean product thinking is fundamental in Africa because everything you deploy, everything you push out there, the users needs to be able to see a value in it.
How do you build fintech, health tech, or even edtech products for people who share one smartphone in a household of 5?
That's a powerful question because it exposes the bias in the West. Because the assumption in many African households is that in many is that, okay, in every household or in every profile you see, it's being used, or in from every smartphone, it's being used by just one person. It doesn't work that way. So many framework assume, okay, one person, one device, that means one identity. That's not the case, because that's why design for African market, it must consider multi-profile capacity. How easy is it to authenticate when trying to open an account? What's the privacy layout? What's the session usage? Is there minimum friction in the onboardment of the product? So let's assume now, if 5 people share a device, the user experience will be able to identify, okay, they've logged out, they've switched from one account to the other. This is what it means that, okay, we are building for the African community, because one person, 2-3 people might be using just one device or trying to access an account, a profile from another person's account. So this means that this is where the use of cookies or the development team needs to work in more. Okay, once someone logged out, how do we track their progress using the cookies, cookies installed on the product and all that? So all these are very important, because designing for community usage is designing for reality in Africa. We need to come to the reality that, okay, people share devices, and all this is norm. This is a norm in Africa. You can use someone's device to use another product, to interact with the product. That doesn't mean it is one person using more than one profile or creating more than one account.
So you think, should African product teams prioritize resilience over, should they prioritize resilience over speed, durability, over trendiness?
African product development, resilience is very important. It's not how fast, how agile you're able to push a product out there. Africa's ecosystem requires stability because shipping product is very important. That's what agile, that's what it helps. It makes it easy for you to ship a product fast. But what? Shipping fragile product is irresponsible if what you're shipping out doesn't necessarily give the value you want it to give to your audience. So being agile doesn't mean reckless speed. It means continuous learning under constraints, resilient in building trust, and trust compound over the time. You don't just build trust with your product by just shipping fast or shipping in the wrong direction. One other thing I used to say is if you keep shipping fast, but in the right direction, you're going to land in the wrong destination. But if you're shipping slowly with resistance, purposefully, that way the speed might not be that obvious. With time, it compounds and you gain the trust of your users because you're really hammering on their pain points and the usage, the trust, all those will accumulate and will compound with time.
So how can local insights from maybe informal markets, rural traders, and even artisans actually shape product innovation more than boardroom strategy decks?
In every product development, most insights, they come from market research. They don't come from the boardroom. Although the board would tell you, okay, this is what we're trying to attain, this is what we're adding, this, that. But you are the one at the intersect between the design, the engineer, the business. It's up to you to know, okay, this is what the street vendors want. This is what the market women want. This is what the rural traders want. This is what uh, dispatch riders, or if you're an e-commerce business, this is what they want. So all these will give you and you make you be at the center of all as the operational genius working on constant. Okay, the business wants this, the stakeholder wants this, but this is the right direction which we need to work on, which we need to do. So if your product team spend more time on market rather than on slide, then there will be more innovation. The use of the product will be well accepted because they are really dealing with the pain points of the users. So during discovery research, like ethnographic research, shadowing real users and observing work around your product. This will give you an insight into the proper way users interact with your product, not the assumption of the stakeholder what they want. Because with these findings, you can be able to convince the stakeholder, I know this is what you want. I know you think this is good for business, but we still also need to prioritize what our users want because it is the users, they are fundamental to the success of the business. So that way, you'll be able to work around things between the stakeholders management and satisfying what the customer actually need.
What role should government play? What role should government play, regulators, enablers, or co-builders in closing infrastructure gaps through digital innovation?
Government that wants the tech section of the country to succeed, the government must move beyond just regulation only thinking. They need to act as regulators, as enabler, as co-builders, like a public-private partnership for the success of the sector. And I think the government of Nigeria is trying on this aspect, although we still need to do more, especially with the digital identity system, the open banking framework. So we still need to do more, but at least we're still doing something. So there are infrastructure layer that startup only cannot build, just like some which I've made mention now, like digital identity system. A startup cannot build that alone without the support of the government. Open banking framework and some of these things, they are very important for a fintech company and other companies. So all these things, the government needs to work more than just being a regulation provider. They need to work with in the tech as a public-private partnership, as a co-builder to ensure that the sector is given what it needs for it to succeed. Because these infrastructures, many of it cannot be done by the startup only. The government needs to be the one to take the first step, then the startup can then follow in that trend.
In other words, what last advice can you just give based on this? Can you just do that in like a sentence?
African does not need copied innovation. What Africa needs is a contextual innovation. Because, so for short term, users need to build for the gap that survive. So we need to build a product that reduce the gap. Like in fintech now, we can reduce financial exclusion. EdTech can bypass physical school constraints, and EdTech can extend beyond hospital. So in all this, if we can build around broken system, we normalize them. But if we can design a product that gradually reduce dependency on weak infrastructure, then we can change the system itself. Because the smartest African products don't just ignore constraints, they transform these constraints into valuable products for the users.
So we've been speaking with Baki Adewale Musa. He is a senior product manager. It's been an interesting time. It's been an interesting segment having to hear, you know, all this very, very insightful information from you. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Morning. We hope to see you soon, very soon again on Business Morning. We hope you will not turn us down. Thank you so much for your time. Well, and that's all we have for you on Business Morning today. Thank you for staying with us as we track the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are always stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Momo. Do stay tuned for more updates on Big Story and join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Morning on The Breakfast Show. Thank you. Good morning.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy.
This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking. And I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that
I've not seen any
across major cities in Nigeria, the rise in rent and the growing cost in the housing businesses are becoming serious concerns for citizens. Tenants are saying rent increases are happening faster than income growth, making decent accommodations increasingly difficult for people to afford. On the other hand, landlords are pointing to inflation, high cost in building materials, and also economic pressure as reasons for the hike. Today we are on the streets of Lagos asking, is housing becoming unaffordable for the citizens of Nigeria, and what can be done about it?
I think people are being greedy. Yes, all these agents are being greedy and selfish. I think it's their fault normally, because normally on a normal day, without those agents, house rent is very cheap in Lagos. Is it in this Lagos or any other place? Like other states, the houses affordable, but Lagos own, like agent will collect own, middleman.
Across major cities in Nigeria, the rise in rent and the growing cost in the housing businesses are becoming serious concerns for citizens. Tenants are saying rent increases are happening faster than income growth, making decent accommodations increasingly difficult for people to afford. On the other hand, landlords are pointing to inflation, high cost in building materials, and also economic pressure as reasons for the hike. Today we are on the streets of Lagos asking, is housing becoming unaffordable for the citizens of Nigeria, and what can be done about it?
I think people are being greedy. Yes, all these agents are being greedy and selfish. I think it's their fault normally, because normally on a normal day, without those agents, house rent is very cheap in Lagos. Is it in this Lagos or any other place? Like other states, the houses affordable, but Lagos own, like agent will collect own, middleman. They will bring unnecessary things to extort money from people. That's it. So I don't think there's anything they can do. Maybe they should arrest those agents and stop that agent of a thing. It will be more better to lower the expenses of maybe renting a house in Lagos. Lagos government should start building free houses and give it to people for free. You can build this house now, you take it for free. Without agent, nothing. It will be better. Or maybe they should ban all agents in Lagos to avoid people like extortion. Because that's extortion now. They'll tell you house is maybe 1 million, total package 7 million. How is it 7 million? The house is 1 million, total package. How comes you get to 7 million? Who are you paying? That's it. So I think maybe the government should arrest those agents, those real house estate agents. Arrest them or ban them. That's it.
The house rent issue is killing, and some landlords and landladies, will I say, can you permit me to use the word heartless? Because some of them they're just taking this opportunity, they're taking advantages. When you can, a house that is not even a new house, so somebody that has built a house or his house since 20 years ago, using the opportunity to increase house. They're not even increasing 50% or 20%. Some of them are even increasing 75%, 80%. It's killing. These people too, they have children too. They might not be in Lagos State that are in another state. I think the government should even put a policy. I don't know if there's an existing policy though, but if there's an existing policy, they should review it because it's killing.
The increase in rent in Nigeria is too much, and the only solution I think that can help reduce is the government at least to bring down the price of material small. For example, if a bag of cement will be sold like 2,000 naira, at least the landlords will be able to afford it and build more houses so that the demand will not be too much and the price will also come down. But for now, everything is expensive in this country. Talk of iron, talk of cement, other things. So it makes everybody to be increasing the rents. So the solution I think is that if the government can bring down the price of materials.
When you look at the minimum wage in this country and you compare it to the house rent that landlords are now charging tenants to pay, you see that it does not correlate. There's a huge disparity between what a take home is and what this house rent is. They are making it seem as if as we are just working to pay house rent in Lagos, and it doesn't make sense. So I don't want to call on the government because over time we have heard a lot of political rhetorics from the political class or those that seems to be in government, and there seems not to have an idea of how to solve the house crisis in Lagos. So I'm going to use this medium to kind of like speak to the governor of the state to see that they rein into the State House of Assembly to implement laws or at least come up with policies that will regulate house rent in Lagos, especially in places like on the mainland and even on the island. I believe when the government come up with such policies like putting a peg or setting a ceiling of how amount that a landlord is supposed to charge in a self-contained or also in maybe face me and face you houses.
I think it's real estate. They are the owner of Lagos, if I the word actually. But I don't know. Maybe they could do some talks to the landlords, I don't know. But it's really crazy. Very, very crazy. They increase every year, sometimes even months. You pay house rent, water, toilets, like there's a lot of things to pay for, and it's crazy. It's making a lot of people to consider living in Lagos. If you go to under bridge, a lot of people are there, like it's very crazy, honestly, and it's not helping at all because the youths, they don't have anything doing and the salary is low, and plus house rents. When you think of your house rents, that's why everybody is looking for a remote job, because they want something that can save them money for them to be able to pay house rents.
There you have it. We've heard diverse opinion from people on the streets of Lagos regarding the topic. Is housing becoming unaffordable for the average Nigerians? My name is Glory Brown Odibo, reporting for Business Day Television.
With my own opinion, I don't think I'm expecting anything from the government because for the past 2 years now, since we voted this particular government in, I have not seen anything. Sincerely speaking, I have not seen anything from this government. So all what I can say is that it's still the same thing. the same thing all years to years, back to back, promise and faith government. So to me, I'm not expecting anything this year from the government.
Okay.
Cost of transport, basically based on the amount of salary you receive, and based on transportations, you could understand that we spend more on transportation because transportation took more of our salary than any other thing, right here. So I would like the government to look into that aspect, transporting, and secondly housing, because an ordinary man cannot afford a house here in Lagos State. So the cost of housing is too much here.
We need more from the government.
Okay.
We need more road. We need water. We need houses. The poor are crying, although food are coming down, but we still need them to do more to progress, to make Nigeria to improve.
What I'm expecting from the president that he should work on the bandits, so as people will be able to so that people will be able to travel. And there's a lot of things that government should work on, like transport and some other thing. Like me now, I can't be able to afford a house in Ikoyi. Okay, let me say I'm a single mother also trying to survive. So government should they should help us, like we that we don't have much. Government should look into the transports then and the goods. I'm talking about they should help the less privileged by putting that the price of goods, that they should let it to be go down so that people will be able to afford to buy rice and some other things.
We expect a lot, but we are not going into it because it will take a lot of time. What we just want is that they've been trying their best, and though their best has not been enough to the minority, what we just want is that in terms of the tax and the accommodation aspect of it, the way the agents takes a lot of percentage from the tenants and all those things like that is really appalling to most of us that we could not even afford. The house rent is not the issue, but the agents and some other parties like that are involved into it. These are one of the things that they should scrap, put the agent aside, because they are not the owner of the house like that. So I don't know, government understand better. Most of these agents, they came up from nowhere. The landlord will just give them, it might not really be the owner of the house, they just give them the address of the house, that okay, manage my house for me like that, blah blah blah. So at the end of everything now, when you're trying to pay, what I really want is that let there be a registered, if there's any means of ways that okay, there should be a registered organization that manage a certain house. That means if the house itself is fully on the normal government line, so that one is normal. So but if aside that, they should scrap some of these agents. They are on the streets threatening people all around. Even the owner of the house does not even have time to run. So when it comes to this Agbero, honestly, let me just crack a joke. Sorry. I understand that very soon Agbero will be like a course in the university that you have to study, because it's becoming a legit work that even from the government, it has been supported already. But what I understand is that fine, nobody can question the authorities, but what I think that there should be a limit to their activities, so that at least to favor the commuters and the people on the road, the drivers, because whatever that comes up, even if they ask thousands, millions of naira from the driver, is we the commuters that are going to suffer everything. So there should be a limit to some of all these things. Fine, this from the government, because I believe they are remitting. So like I know talk, yes, I know talk, they are remitting, yes, somewhere. So that was it.
It's not so much of a situation whereby we'll say that Nigerian has talent shortages. It's a case of misalignment, as I will put it. First of all, as we know, there's a disconnect between what we teach in school, in our universities, and the kind of skills that the employers actually look out for. But for me, one of the things that I like to see is a situation whereby there's something that we call, if possible, like a national skills intelligence database. looking at what the employers are looking for in terms of these future-ready skills. We're talking now about AI. We're talking now about digital skills. We're talking about so many things. So if we look at the organizational side, are these skills being taught in schools? That's the question. So there has to be a sync between the curriculum that universities develop and also what the employers are looking for. So that synergy has to happen. And there also has to be something like a situation whereby students who leave universities beyond the NYSC that we always go for now, it has to be something that is very practical, something whereby when people leave school, maybe it's going to be integrated into the national policy, where they can, having an opportunity to work in some organizations and get the experience. But the most critical thing is that there must be a sync between what the employers are looking for, the skills that are very relevant, and the way the curriculum is being designed in the universities, what is being taught. It has to be practical, it has to be relevant, and it has to be connected to the future skills, basically. One thing that employers need to do now, the conversation around AI is not just about what you just hear now over there. It is now business critical. So what I will advise is that organizations must first of all realign their strategy in line with the conversation around AI rather, to look at it in such a way that how does AI affect our business? So if we come to that terms, in terms of the for organizations, then they will know how to approach whatever they want to discuss or whatever they want to do when it comes to AI. In terms of individuals, what I think individuals or employees can do is to also do like an assessment, assessment of self relative to the job they hold or relative to the kind of career they imagine, to look at what is the impact of AI as it relates to my job and as it relates to my career. So for people, this is the time where you can't play in the back seat. You must have conversation around how AI impacts your job, how AI impacts your career. And for organization, they also need to have this discussion as it applies to their business strategy, basically. Organizations need to look at their business strategy, how AI impacts their business. Basically, how AI impacts the way they create value for their customers, and what are the capabilities required to create those values for their customers. So any organization that is not talking about AI, that is not integrating AI into the way they work, into the way they serve their customers, definitely that organization is going to lose at the end of the day, and you don't want to find yourself in that situation. So that's my advice for organizations generally.
I really like the fact that the conversations today have been around the balance. The fact that yes, AI is very important. AI enables us to do great work. However, humans direct what AI does in that sense. So that balance is very important, which was the conversations today. So it was good. AI is not a tech conversation, it's a business conversation. So knowing that impacts how we ensure that we ingrain AI in every single business process of ours. For example, in Penorica, we have something called Horizons, right? Horizons is an AI-driven tool, and it manages everything from individuals identifying their skills, identifying individuals getting hired, individuals, managing their career, placing their career in their hands, literally. And we've seen the massive benefits. So ingraining AI in every part of your business becomes extremely profitable to that business. So
I don't think AI will fail. I think AI will create even more skill gaps because with AI, there are now new disciplines that don't exist before. There are ways of working before. Now it's changing. Before now, when you want to work, you open your laptop, you open your file, you open your browser. Now there are AI agents. It's real. It's happening. I use it. People are using it. And Africans, Nigerians will start using it in 2026 more, where AI is saving files for you, opening your file, doing your desktop. You don't need to open a folder. See Google, for example, before you have to know how to search, how to go to the 10th page, 15th page. But now people don't even use Google again. They just want to chat, ask questions. People don't need to call mentorship, coaching again. People just use AI as their personal coach, mentor, therapist, and all that. So there are new skills that needs to be developed, which is how strategic are you? Communication skills, soft skills are now very overrated because AI can generate the perfect English for you in the right language. Then you can speak to AI with bad English. It will still understand you. You don't have your tenses doesn't have to be right. You can use a lot of and AI will still understand. But there's new skill gap, which is people that can reason beyond just the normal things you do. Before, you have people who do normal day-to-day clerical work, which is doing presentations, sorting documents for you, executive assistants in court. But now you have cases where AI can do all of that for you. AI generates beautiful presentation. Now you need people who can harness AI and use AI more in delivering their roles that AI cannot. We see ourselves even from day one, not as HR tech, but as a data company, because we sit on large amount of data, and trust me, there's large amount of data being generated, not just what's being uploaded. Metadata, people applying for leave today, people cancelling their leave, people running payroll, people doing performance appraisal. And I've seen employees move from one company to another using Seamless HR, 5 companies, from this company to this company to this company. You see the amount of data trail they've left, what their appraisal was, who appraised them, how they behave under this manager, how they behave under that manager. So we are keen into all of that because on the surface is AI, but underneath, the iceberg is actually the data. So we are keen into this in leveraging this data to provide sensible data, predictive, generative, prescriptive and descriptive analysis of people's data. People can now see their workforce better. People can now engage with their employee in a better way than what it was before. One thing again we are trying to do is solve the pay disparity issue and gender pay disparity issue. One question we used to ask HR people is, how do you determine what's the best pay? How much should you earn? Someone will say, just give them more money. We've seen where that does not work. You pay people more money, and next thing is the Ojapa, because now they can afford visa, they can afford proof of funds. But whereas instead of paying them more money, give them benefits like car, give them benefit like house, they work better. And they are not living anywhere, and they are still able to provide what they need to do. With that, you're able to design the right compensation based on trends, based on data, and based on how you're able to use that data. So those are tools we provide to not just HR people, to organization and leadership to be able to manage their talents and workforce better.
Hi, I'm Abdraman Ali Alafiz, also known as the Climate Bender. I'm 16 and I want to talk to you about something that affects all of us, the air we breathe. Millions of Nigerians wake up and breathe air that slowly damages their lungs, their hearts, and even shortening their lifespans. This isn't a problem in the future. It's happening right now, inside your homes, on the streets, and in our communities. And the sources aren't far away or abstract. They are the generators powering our homes and businesses and the old vehicles in our roads. Nigerians depend on generators like no other country. We have around 60 million petrol and diesel generators in daily use. For many homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses, generators aren't backup, they are survival. At the same time, road transport is a huge problem. Traffic contributes about 30% of line particle pollution in cities like Lagos. Old cars, bad fuel, condensation, and weak environment mean inhaling toxic air every day. All this pollution is deadly. Every year, almost 114,000 Nigerians die because of air pollution. In Lagos alone, pollution costs around 2.1% of the city's GDP in lost health and productivity. And the people who suffer the most are the ones who can least afford it. Low-income communities living closest to these engines. We have to face reality. Nigeria has promised net zero by 2060, but that doesn't save people today. Grid reform will take years, electric vehicles are too expensive and unreliable right now, and charging behavior alone can't replace the power and transport people depend on. The engines on our streets and in our homes will keep running. So the question is, will they keep poisoning the air? Or can we make them burn cleaner now? That's where certified fuel additives come in. These are approved additives that can reduce carbon emissions and make petrol and diesel burn cleaner. They don't need new engines, they don't replace generators or cars, and they can be used right now. Studies show that these additives can cut fine particle emissions by 30 to 50%, reduce carbon monoxide and unburnt hydrocarbons, improve fuel efficiency, and reduce black smoke. That means cleaner air within weeks, not decades. Fuel additives aren't the ultimate solution. They're a bridge while Nigeria builds renewable energy and electric transports. Clean air isn't a luxury, it's a human right. That's why #ZeroCarbonNigeria is calling for mandatory use of certified additives in industrial generators and commercial and public transports. Because good solutions now save more lives than perfect solutions later. If engines must keep running, the air they produce must stop killing us. This is not climate delay. This is climate action right now.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
You're welcome back to Social Listener segment on Business Day Television Breakfast Show. I am Destiny Momo and I'm here with...
Indeed, I am Onyeka Valentine.
As always. Now let's get straight into the conversations Nigerians are actually engaging with online today. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now the first conversation gaining attention this morning is that Nigerian singer Simisola Bolatito Kosoko, popularly known as Asimi, is facing intense backlash after old tweets resurfaced, with many interpreting them as romanticizing or inappropriately describing interactions with children. Now the post in question, dug up by netizens, include references to a 4-year-old boy she claimed had a crush on her, to the point of nearly locking lips, and another describing a 16-year-old boy as so attractive that she couldn't feel her legs. You know, one tweet even jokingly wished for her future husband to be 4 years old. Now, in a statement shared on Sunday, the 37-year-old singer addressed the controversy directly. She actually emphasized that she was not famous at the time and accused critics of forming a faceless mob twisting her words. Now, before we see tweets to this effect, I know someone was actually saying that women have a way of, adding emotions to do cover-ups to these things, because if it were a man, they don't want to know if it was an old tweet or if it wasn't famous at that time. They just already go on to say this one is what they call them again?
Pedophiles.
A pedophilia kind of setup, and which is kind of very unfair to the male folks. I tell you, because before now it was all about consent. Now the consent thing has gone overboard to give people an impression. So this whole thing, there's a mix-up somewhere.
But truth be told, right? I would like to take the position of the man on the fence. What do I mean by this is this. Look, one is an old tweet.
True.
Right? Again, like they say, the internet has always and will still be forever undefeated.
Exactly.
Whatever you put up there or you put out there 10 years ago, people will dig in and go fetch it out. And look, a good example is, look, maybe about say 10 years ago, I probably could have said, I wouldn't want to probably still be in broadcasting. Why would I want to be a host or a TV, whatever, 10 years ago? And then someone watching me now will now go and find out and check, wait a minute. Mr. Valentine said that he would never want to be, a TV host. What is he doing now? He's not contradicting himself. So I mean, and at that time, right, and this being just, like I did say, be on the fence on the matter. At that time, she wasn't that famous.
Sure.
Secondly, it is what it is. Sometimes when you tweet something, you just be the spur of the moment. You might not really mean it.
At that moment, it was fun for you.
Just tweet and that's it. But when you tweet, you might forget to go back and delete it. So it's there and you forgot about it, you moved on. This is the problem now.
That's the problem.
When you move on, the internet never moves on. It will record it, keep it there, and wait for whoever has the time and patience to go dig up and bring it out. In this case, but I'm glad that at least she had come out to address the issue, to say, look.
Her address, as a matter of fact, is actually spontaneous. Not just that, he actually hit the nail on the head for people that want to be reasonable about it. But just like I said, that somebody said that if it were to be a male folk,
it would be a different ball game.
It would be a different ball game. It would not necessarily just calm down so easily with an explanation like this. So let's see tweets to this effect to see what it's out there already, or how people are seeing this whole thing. Now from Omar Awo, that's at Panoni, say we should channel this collective determination towards holding our leaders accountable and educating the public on the importance of electing effective governance.
Indeed, I agree with this guy. He sounds like someone who is more leadership driven, and that's exactly what I want to see. I want to see if we have people who have time to go dig up such old tweets, right?
Why not go and check?
Why not use that energy and channel it into making the country better? You see, that's why I keep saying this, that look, our youths of today, most of them have their priorities all scattered around the place. So none of it is actually hitting the head. I'm not saying that, when you see issue that you shouldn't talk about it, but in this case, this particular story right now, how does it move our economy forward?
It's true.
We're BusinessDay television, and we're asking ourselves, yes, this is what is in this particular thing. But again, it is what is making rounds on social media.
Exactly.
Social listening, so we'll talk about it. So for me, the lesson will now be, if you're out there, if you're running any business, or you're planning on travel, especially abroad, remember, one of the criteria if you want to go to America is they will ask for 2 years history of your social media, activity.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if that still stands, but for what it is
that still really
there's lesson to be learned here. Whatever you do, how you do it, remember that social media will always remain undefeated.
Moving on the tweets on this particular topic from Konzi at Inze Soma says, I like the fact that some well-meaning people are bashing Simi, her throwback, so to speak. Now it will set a precedent in the future, because if we neglect this pedophilic tweets, another pedophile would emerge in the future, and people will say, after all, Simi did it and was let go.
On the contrary, I don't think it is. So slamming her with this particular,
lawsuit, it's not necessary.
But slamming her this kind of breakdown, for me, I think is a javelin too far. Look, she has said it was just in the spur of the moment.
Yeah.
I don't think this particular issue should now narrow down for people to now call her a pedophile or whatever. No, I don't think it makes any sense.
So it means that the first tweeter,
right.
I mean the person that tweeted the first a message actually was making the most sense by saying that all this energy should be
channel it exactly. You know, if you met her before, she's a great, wonderful person. I've met her before. She's a great personality. She's someone who you can entrust your kids around. So I think it's just someone trying to, put her in a gray area, look for something to spoil her name.
Because she has been kind of scandal free.
That's what it is.
From Daniel Erika says that Simi was dragged on this app for days over her act and comments, and probably still being criticized as she should. But surprising how male influencers who were accused of trying to cover a rape case never got the same public treatment. What a world we live.
What a world we live in, indeed. I mean, Daniel Rega here, coming forth this way, I'm not surprised. He has always been someone who you could tell, social critic. He's also someone who attacks any issues that probably doesn't go well with him. Yeah. But however, he made a point there, saying, what about all those other male influencers who, might have either spoken up or not spoken at all regarding rape cases? How far has their story been, been taken, and what's the response? I understand it. What I'm trying to say is that, look, if we're putting so much energy into Simi's issue like this, what about exactly? Yeah. And what about the people are trying to max
it? That's exactly the same thing I told you that the other guy said.
Right.
When I overheard him complaining that if it were a guy that made this error,
probably gone overboard.
It won't be taken this lightly. Now, in our second conversation this morning, President Bola Tinubu has decorated Tunji Disu, the newly appointed acting Inspector General of Police, IGP, with his new rank. Now, the ceremony was held at the State House in Abuja, where Disu formally assumed leadership of the Nigerian police force after the resignation of Kayode Egbetokom. Now, Disu, who previously served as an Assistant Inspector General of Police, described his elevation as an honor rooted in his commitment to policing and national service. Speaking at the decoration ceremony, he said the appointment reflected his long-standing dedication to the police profession and the country. Now, before we see tweets to this effect, Valentine, you know you're someone that is very particular about security in Nigeria and the force. The force.
I mean, honestly speaking, look, I'm a very patriotic person. So me ending up as a broadcaster for now, I will tell you, it positions me in the point where I can afford to see something good, I'll talk about it. Exactly. The one that kind of, lands on the negative area, we'll still talk about it, asking why. But in this particular case, truth be told, destiny. If you look at it closely, our commander-in-chief, who is the president of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, did something that most people obviously could have, frowned upon. You see,
which is?
This wasn't really the next man in line.
So is this going to bring about a whole lot of...
exactly. So people ask questions again. So the president reserves all right to now say he appoints whoever he wants to appoint as, the IG. But this was the assistant, Inspector General. And then you have the deputy.
Resignation, retirement of some sort for some people that aren't supposed to be doing
Of course. I mean,
anytime soon.
So it's good that you can ask these questions. Again, those back home, what they want to find out would be why the other guy wasn't brought forward, right? Is it because he's of a different, tribe? So these are questions that are being asked at the moment. Now it will unfold. Whether or not we like it, he has been sworn in. The president has the right to choose whoever wants to choose.
The goodness has been done.
Exactly, goodness has been done. So whether or not it will now, set a different perspective or different position to now say, regardless of where you're from, that we will record great success with the performance of the police force moving forward. If that's what we're going to see, then the issue of whether he's Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa wouldn't matter. It is to deliver that matters the most.
Yeah, this man in particular, the new IGP, right? So he is actually, he actually gave a lot of plans, a lot of projects, and a lot of prospects, so to speak, that he should be able to do to the police force, to bring it to that police force of our dream, right? And we want to hope that, the promises is not just coming from a place of, I was just newly appointed, but from a place of passion and from a place of truth that, yes, I'm coming to do this, to this sector, to bring, more speed and more productivity to this
integrity
particular,
too.
and integrity most importantly.
And then more so, if you look at it, knowing that for a long time there have been a lot of bad eggs in the police force. Anyone who has eyes will see it. Now, doesn't mean that you don't have intelligence, smart, integrity, men of integrity in the police force. Yes, I see them every now and then. I will have friends who are in the police force who, they tell me, look, man, it's not easy to serve Nigeria. It's not easy, but to keep the integrity is far more difficult. I hear their stories, but they're doing very well. When I look at people like that, I admire them. I say, wow, this kind of person that will make me be proud of the Nigerian police force. There are a lot of them out there. But however, having said so, just the way it is around the world, you have bad eggs in the midst of the crate.
Of course.
If Disu assures us that those bad eggs, without sentiment, without looking at it as any sacred cow whatsoever, not minding the issue of some animals are more, equal than some. I'm not saying anyone's an animal, though. I'm just using that as Animal Farm, for those who have read Animal Farm, they should understand what I mean, right? So, no sacred cow. Anyone who is found wanting within the police force, who is, one, corrupt, who is also, has been termed integrity zero, or someone who is found wanting in that area, brought to book or removed in those positions, so that the police force can remember what it is, which is full of integrity, get things done. If we see that kind of thing coming through, truth be told,
at the end of the day, I know that
it will make sense.
The whole state police plan is coming through in this regime, and we will see it, happen very fast. But let's just see tweets to this effect. Now, from Olushola Ojo says that a motivated force is indeed the foundation of effective policing. However, this motivation must be backed by tangible improvements. Now, the Nigerian police reform should prioritize the renovation of living quarters and the free issuance of quality uniforms. Investing in the welfare of personnel and in their families is the most sustainable way to eliminate corruption and ensure the citizens are the boss philosophy is realized.
Indeed.
Now, from Abdul Karim, GCSE Math says, the endorsement is clear. The expectations are even clearer. Now, if Tunji Disu delivers on professionalism and safety, this appointment will justify it. So
like what I said initially.
Yes, clear. And then from Cross, that's at El Cross Media, a hub says, see how people are vouching for Tunji Disu as IG. That's what the few integrity left in the Nigeria police force gets you.
But again, let's not be quick to judge. Let him begin to deliver first. It's important.
Exactly.
You see, this might come out as a shock, but the police force is so important to the integrity of Nigeria that, let me tell you, that we cannot take it take it lightly at all. Let me give you a good example. Let me give you a good example. When foreigners travel to Nigeria, come to Nigeria, either based on tourist attraction, they come to Nigeria to do business, whatever it is, you see, they move around. They're in vehicles, they're in shops. the way our Nigerian police will tend to matters, it is like the first responders.
Exactly.
If our first responders to any issue is not dealt with properly, what we will see is that these people will leave Nigeria and go and demarket Nigeria outside because it's their experience they will see.
And most times visitors see them first.
That's what I'm saying.
So what's the approach?
Most definitely.
What image are they selling?
That's the thing. So the Nigerian police, they are the first responders when there is a crime committed or when they need to find out some certain issues on the road. I see a lot of videos of
visitors coming.
Do you understand? And the way and manner they
people are happy to see them because they feel secure.
That's what I'm saying.
Then how do they go about marketing our image?
So just for you learn.
Yeah.
Which is why it's important. If Disu says I will do XYZ, better do XYZ plus.
Yes, exactly.
Very important.
Wow. Now, before we even cross over, there's just one thing that just crossed my mind now. You know, I just feel, I don't know, I just feel some sort of way for Ebetoko right now because the manner of loyalty that he was getting is just switching very fast. It's switching very fast, and he could truly define it, and this is not so nice when you're leaving office just like that.
So when someone questions your ability to deliver, right?
Yeah.
Or people question it because of the level of insecurity, not because he wasn't doing a good job, but you know, once you're in an office for a long time, there's tendency for, you know, that reduced speeding which started initially to come in, or maybe he had other issues why he wanted to resign. But however, now we have Disu. Can we see changes?
Yeah, I've just seen that a lot of XDs and XDAD, they go through a lot of heartbreaks. All right, now I'm going on our third trending conversation this morning is the abduction of 6 worshippers of a celestial church located along Uso Owo Expressway in our local government area of Ondo State. Now, the Ondo Police Command spokesperson, DSP Abayomi Jimo, who confirmed this in a statement released on Wednesday, said the incident occurred in the early hours of February 25 at approximately 12:50 a.m. Now, Jimo explained that the victims were reportedly taken to an unknown destination by the attackers. I think we should see tweet to this effect because of time. All right, Damson, which is at Essence 212, says since the government cannot perform their sole responsibility, which is protection of lives and properties of its citizens, I think it's high time we take laws into our own hands.
On the contrary, when people want to throw in their own opinion, they should also think about the other part. You see, yes, they might not be meeting us 100%. I'm not advocating for bad policing or bad governance. That's what I'm saying.
Really good enough.
Which is why it's important that we let people know that people like this are not speaking the mind of Business Day.
Yes, exactly.
People like this, which we actually check make sure the accounts even a real account, because you can't say we take
it might just be a faceless account.
A faceless account, you know.
All right, let's see more tweets to this effect from K Dupapasa, which is at Karola, says that it's really a sad one. I am just dumbfounded and filled with tears. A land blessed by God, but cursed by men because of selfishness, love for money, and power. And then the last tweet from Mubarak at Mubarak, Cody's X says, our government has to take note of what is happening in Ondo again. Why now?
So,
question mark, right?
Why now, really? But first and foremost, before we go ahead to begin to analyze their tweets or their contributions, let's start by saying our heart goes out to the families.
Exactly.
More importantly, nobody wants to lose any loved one. It is heart-wrenching. It's not something that we want to keep on talking in front of front of TV and always in the news. We want a case where when we open our papers, you turn into television, you listen to your radio. We want to hear development, the country moving forward, and not just killings. You know, kind of painting Nigeria in a bad light. It's not as if it's unique to only Nigeria. Outside Nigeria, other countries have the problems also. But however, having said so, I believe that our security personnel can do better with the help of the citizens. If we keep pointing fingers at our police officers, the military men, our security agents, without we asking ourselves a question, when you see something happening, Destiny, Valentine, have you reported it?
It's true.
These are the things. Exactly. Perform magic.
Exactly. Perform the magic that we cannot perform as citizens.
Our heart goes out to these people, their families. It's painful.
At the end of the day, beauty will come out of these ashes, and it is well. It's actually a very sad one. And on this sad note, we just we just say that these are the stories Nigerians are talking about today, and we want to say thank you for watching Social Listening on Business Day Television, a breakfast show. I remain Destiny Mamo, and with me was
Onyeka Valentine.
Yeah, join us next time, same time, tomorrow. I am Destiny Mamo once again. Good morning.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BCB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
To the Business News Hour, coming to you live from Business Day Television. I am Glory Brown Odibo. Now let's take a look at the major business headlines for today. Nigerians exporters pivot to China amid the U.S. uncertainty. NRS unveils 2026 revenue roadmap, targets 40.7 trillion naira. Also, NNPC begins export of new crude grade in March, according to reports. Dangote signs deal to distribute 65 million liters petrol. BRICS inflows surged 117% to $2.32 billion on investor confidence. Let's begin today's Business News Hour with development from Nigeria, where Nigerian non-oil exporters are making a pivot to China as they look to escape a growing wave of United States trade uncertainty, with Washington targeting and tightening tariff and Beijing rolling out the red carpet. The logic for local businesses is go where the barriers are falling starting May 1st, 2026.
China will ease market access for selected African exports. Exporters of agro-commodities, solid minerals and processed goods say the shift is strategic. Many cite unprecedentable U.S. trade policy, higher compliance costs and delayed shipments as key concerns. China's expanding consumer market and tariff concessions are creating fresh opportunities. Industry group says bilateral talks have accelerated with trade missions and product certifications gaining momentum. Analysts note the pivot could help Nigerian diversify export earnings beyond oil, improve foreign exchange flows and stabilize reserves. However, logistics, quality, standard and currency risk remain undue. For policymakers, the chief underscores the urgency of strengthening export infrastructure, deepening trade diplomacy and supporting value-added production to compete globally. And meanwhile, the executive chairman of the National Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji, says the agency is targeting 40.7 trillion naira in revenue for 2026, driven by sweeping federal tax reforms. The projections cover taxes, petroleum earnings, and mineral royalties now consolidated under the service. Adedeji disclosed this while appearing before the House Committee on Wednesday, appropriation alongside Finance Minister Wale Edun and Budget Minister Atiku Bagudun to review 2025 budget performance and 2026 projections. It reported that 2025 collections rose to 28.23 trillion naira, exceeding the 25.2 trillion naira target by 12%, largely supported by strong non-oil tax receipts. Non-oil revenue outperformed projections while oil taxes dipped slightly. The service project 32.14 trillion naira in 2026, supported by higher crude oil output estimates. Lawmakers, however, raised concerns over capital spending. Ministers says the reforms is to curb deficit finance created by short-term pressures, with 70% of capital allocations rolled into 2026. Now, in the major development, Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited says Nigeria will commence exports of a new light sweet crude grade in March as part of efforts to raise production and consolidate recent output gains. The development, confirmed according to reports, is expected to strengthen Nigerians' standing within organizations of the petroleum exporting countries as it pushes for improved production performance. The first cargo is projected for loading in the third week of March. The grade will be exported through the Caltron floating storage and offloading vessels, supporting output from oil mining lease 18. Analysts says the addition could lift supply towards 1.7 million barrels per day, reinforcing Nigerians' revenue outlook. Also, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has sealed an off-take agreement with 12 major marketers to distribute between 60 and 65 million liters of premium motor spirit daily nationwide, a move aimed at stabilizing supply and advancing fuel self-sufficiency. President of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, said the framework guarantees domestic availability with surplus volume of 15 to 20 million liters earmarked for export after local demand is met. Nigerians' daily petrol consumptions averages 50 to 60 million liters, positioning the refinery to supply up to 2 billion liters monthly. Depending on output levels, the agreement endorsed by regulators build on an early 2025 supply path designed to curb volatility, improve logistics and efficiencies, and also discourage hoarding. Industry stakeholders say the initiative could conserve foreign exchange, strengthen external reserves, and reposition Nigeria as a net exporter of refined products across West and Central Africa. Still on, Nigeria recorded a 117% surge in capital inflows from China, India, and South Africa in the first 9 months of 2025, reflecting renewed investor appetite for portfolio opportunities. Total inflow rose to $2.32 billion, up from $1.07 billion a year earlier. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics shows South Africa accounted for the largest share of $2.29 billion, while inflows from China and India moderated year-on-year. Notably, the combined BRICS inflows slightly exceeded the $2.23 billion recorded from the United States within the same period, despite global trade tensions. Trade analysts say the rebound is driven by yield-seeking investors rather than geopolitics, pointing to attractive returns in Nigerians' financial markets. However, experts warn that inflows remain concentrated in short-term portfolio instruments and could prove fragile without structural reforms to power, logistics, and regulator stability. Moving on to the next story, the chairman of Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company, Chief Tayo Afolabi, says the firm will revive redundant hydro plants in Oyo and Osun State to boost embedded generation and improve supply across its franchise. Afolabi disclosed that IBDC also plans to procure an additional 200 megawatt directly from generation companies to enhance reliability and expand available capacity. He spoke during a press briefing in Ibadan where a newly constituted board was unveiled following changes in its ownership structure and governance framework. According to him, the transition signals renewed strategic focus on governance, capital investment, network upgrades, and improved customer service with no job losses expected. Despite challenges including aging infrastructure and liquidity constraints, the board assured stakeholders of operational stability, sustained engagement, and long-term growth across its coverage areas in the southwest and parts of north-central Nigeria. In other news, Bola Tinubu has approved a one-year extension of the ban on raw share nut export effective February 26, 2026 to February 25, 2027, reinforcing efforts to boost domestic processing and industrial growth. In a statement by presidential spokesman Bayo Onanuga, the move was aligned with the administration's industrialization drive under the Renewed Hope agenda. The presidency said the policy aims to expand local processing capacity, improve livelihood in producing communities, and promote export of higher value shea butter products. Implementation will be coordinated by the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment and the Presidential Food Security Coordination Unit, alongside adoption of an export framework by the Nigerian Commodity Exchange. Existing waivers for direct exports have been withdrawn, with surplus shipments restricted to the approved exchanged framework. We'll take a quick break now. When we return, we'll bring you more updates from the business news world. Do stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
and real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only not yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
Welcome back to the Business News Hour here on BusinessDay Television. Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has unveiled a 60-day plan to fully digitize its internal communications and operations in a move aimed at boosting transparency, speed, and regulatory efficiency. Chief Executive Orishemi Iwayesan disclosed this a visit by the Executive Secretary of Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative by Musa Sakinyada to the Commission's headquarters in Abuja. Under the program, all transmission will become electronic, eliminating paper-based processes and improving traceability across regulatory framework. Ayesa noted that earlier automation of royalty payments significantly improved compliance, reducing default rate and strengthening revenue monitoring. It called for deeper data sharing and institutional collaboration, stressing that stronger coordination under the Petroleum Act industry would enhance investors' confidence and reinforce governance, standard, and gas industry in the upstream oil and gas sector. Moving on, banks in Nigeria have mobilized 4.05 trillion naira in verified and approved capital ahead of the March 31st, 2026 recapitalization deadline set by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Governor Olayemi Cardoso disclosed this during the Monetary Policy Committee briefing in Abuja, noting that 71.6% of the capital was elected and raised domestically, while foreign investors contributed 28.33%. Cardoso confirmed that 20 banks have fully met the new minimum capital requirement, with 13 others at advanced stages of capital raising. Institutions under regulatory intervention are subject to specific legal and structural considerations that guide their recapitalization sequence. The CBN chief highlighted that Nigerians' gross external reserves reached $50.4 billion by mid-February, the highest in 13 years, supported by non-oil export, diaspora remittances, and trade surpluses. While risk from global shocks, oil price volatility, and pre-election spending remained, Cardoso assured that depositors' funds are secure and operations continue under stringent oversight. He emphasized that sustained economic stability will require coordinated fiscal and monetary discipline, alongside robust supervision of digital finance innovations and fintech operators. Now, moving away from that story, real estate investor Tayo Oyerokun has highlighted the potential of Nigerians' annual $21 billion diaspora remittances to address the country's housing deficit if channeled through structured investment platforms. Speaking at his company's 10th anniversary event in Lagos, Oyerokun called for strategic efforts to attract diaspora funds into productive sectors, particularly housing. He noted that remittances accounted for roughly 6% of Nigerians' GDP, yet much of the inflows remains idle in banks instead of driving economic growth. He stressed that capturing just 10 to 15% of this fund could finance over 300,000 housing units annually. He proposed incentives driving investment platforms, offering competitive returns of 12 to 15%, surpassing typical bank yields. He also emphasized that credible investment channels would generate jobs, stimulate economic activities, and expand housing access. The investor urged stronger collaboration between government, private developers, and diaspora Nigerians to unlock remittances' full potential. Now, in a related development, the Central Bank of Nigeria's Monetary Policy Committee has reduced the monetary policy rate by 50 basis points, bringing it to 26.5%. The decision announced by Governor Olayemi Cardoso after the 304th MPC meeting in Abuja retains the standing facilities corridor and the cash reserves requirement for commercial and martial banks. This marks the second rate cut under the current leadership, following a similar reduction in September 2025. Cardoso cited continued disinflation, exchange rate stability, and improved food supply as key factors supporting the move. Headlines inflation eased to 15.10% in January 2026, while food inflation fell to 8.89%. The MPC welcomed the newly issued presidential executive order aimed at redirecting oil and gas revenues into the Federation accounts to strengthen fiscal revenue. Organized private sector leaders described the cut as cautious but positive, signaling gradual support for businesses' growth. Experts stress that sustained impact will depend on coordinated fiscal, structural, and supply-side reforms. The next MPC meeting is scheduled for May 19th to 20th, 2026. And meanwhile, foreign exchange outflows for health-related travel by Nigerians surged to $549.29 million in the first 9 months of 2025, up 17.96% from $465.67 million in the same period of 2024, according to the Central Bank of Nigerian data. Analysts and health experts criticized the government in limited progress in curbing medical tourism despite repeated pledges to strengthen local healthcare infrastructure. The CBN tracked FS allocations for medical travel by not their utilizations. Most outflows target specialized treatment, including procedures and advanced cancers, highlighting gaps in local equipment, drug availability, and hospital capacity. Health sector stakeholders, including the Nigerian Medical Association, point to chronic underfunding, prolonged strikes, and systematic inefficiencies as key drivers of outward medical travels. Experts argue that structural investment in hospitals and medical infrastructure could reserve the trend and reduce pressure on Nigerians' foreign reserves. Without strategic intervention, the continued reliance on foreign healthcare poses risk to economic stability and national health sovereignty. To wrap up the Business News Hour, the Joint Admission and Matriculation Board has projected 23.8 billion naira in internally generated revenue for the 2026 fiscal year, marking a 4 billion naira increase from its 2025 target. The projection was represented to the Senate Committee on Tertiary Institutions and set forward by Dr. Bello, a director in the Registrar's Office. Of the projected IGRO, 6 billion naira is slated for remittance to the Federation account as operating surplus. In 2025, JAM generated 18.5 billion naira and remitted 4 billion naira, highlighting steady growth in financial performances. Ahead of the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, JAM has expanded its nationwide centers to 1,000, up from fewer than 800 in 2025, improving access and logistics for candidates. Over 1.5 million candidates have registered as of February. 17,000 2026 through centers are operating at roughly 30% capacity. The UTME is scheduled for April 16th to 25th, 2026 with no registration extension. JAMB has also mandated the use of micro-camera systems at accredited CBT centers to enhance identifier verification and prevent examination malpractices. And with that, we wrap up today's Business News Hour. Thank you for joining us. My name is Glory Brown Odibu. Continue staying with Business Day Television for the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and insight shaping the business world.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, The government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Our industry focus on the way, and as usual, like we do this thing like we're born to do it. Some will say, others say skill. Anyways, it is industry focus. Let's give you that which you need. Normally, we will bring your way all the happenings going on in our industry, so you stay with us. That is the reason why we do it every 12:30 right here. Highlights will come your way, economic and business values, and how it affects the GDP of Nigeria. More importantly, Nigerians globally. Welcome to Industry Focus. Most definitely, here are our segments of the day. One quote on the day, at the same time, real estate and how it affects Nigerians. Secondly, I will throw your way retrospect on real estate. Then secondly, or rather thirdly, Captain's opinion with our fantastic guest, Chika Okeke, principal consultant broker, Gainesville Realty. Gainesville Realty, I use that word, better still. Kind of sound alike, but it's okay. All right, then of course, topic here, we're looking at royal way to make it happen. At the same time, the role of real estate development when it comes to the agenda we're talking about here. All this coming your way. Plus, deal or no deal, you don't want to miss anything for the world. They say federal government plans to reform the real estate sector. Stay with me. We'll be right back. Monica Valentine's my name. This is Industry Focus. We'll be right back. Welcome back. All right, our quotes for today, two of them. But one, first and foremost, should touch you a little bit more. It says here, 90% of all millionaires become so through owning real estate. Take it again. It says 90 of all millionaires become so through owning real estate. You might agree with me, you might disagree with me. Well, my guest is right here to break it down. Then our second quote here says, quite interesting, I like the second quote. It says, buying real estate is not only the best way, it is the quickest way and safest way, but the only way to become wealthy. Take that to the bank. They might give you money. Don't forget to bring 10% here for those who made it happen. All right. So let's jump into this retrospect very quickly so that you get to understand why real estate is quite important. So, with years moving through by high market volatilization, or put this way, high market issues and economy hardship, including accelerating inflation and hike in customer price, real estate in Nigeria has gone through a lot. Some will say it holds its ground as that which makes it more, reliable when it comes to the sector, financial investment, high-level buildings, and numerous residential projects. Whichever you call it, the question is this. Now, is this going to be sustainable? All this we'll be asking our guest because of the challenges we have. So let's look to our guest. So just our guest, Tika Okeke, is the principal consultant and broker of Gainesville Realty, a boutique real estate advisory firm focused on high-value residential and investment properties across key growth corridors in Lagos and beyond. With a strong grounding in real estate brokerage, market analysis, and investment advisory, Chika leads property transactions from strategy to execution, representing clients across full spectrum of buying, selling, leasing, and portfolio positioning. Her role, there's more. Her role centers on aligning clients' objectivity with market opportunities, ensuring each transaction delivers optimum value, clarity, and long-term returns. I can go on and on and on. She's also a broadcaster too. But let me jump to our guest. Tika,
Valentine, thank you so much. How noble, how kind of you. I feel very welcomed. And I'm excited to be here. Let's have it. Let's have it.
Let's have it, right? Okay. I know that for a while there's always been media.
Yeah.
But at some points you probably started going for the big box.
Okay.
And so
you say so.
And so you chose, real estate, real, how do you pronounce it? Realty.
Real estate.
Okay, real estate.
And then you say realty, yeah.
Okay, realty.
Yeah.
Okay, so I hope I got it correct.
Yeah.
But before we jump into the hard questions, our viewers have thrown some questions my way.
Absolutely.
But let us first find out, how is real estate at the moment?
It's the best of both worlds. You know how it is with in any developing system or in developing countries, you have the highs and the lows, and then you have all of those inconsistencies in between. But there's potential. There's huge potential. Okay. If you look at the stats for 2024, for instance, real estate contributed 5.4% to our nation's GDP. That tells you that real estate is a strong economic player. And then 5% of our economic output as well also came from real estate. At the end of 2025, keep in mind that real estate was projected to hit 2.25 trillion. In terms of market value. And so what that says to you is real estate is the core. It is the core, I mean, for everything that we do and say. And there's this very base, simple definition of real estate, but it helps to put things in proper perspective. We often say that real estate is everything on land, everything above it, and everything under it.
Okay.
If you open your eyes, your mind's eyes, to the potential that lies there in that definition, then you can understand why real estate is very centric to everything we do, whether we're gearing for national development, we're gearing for economic growth. And that's why policymakers who understand, who know what policy is about, they know for a fact that policies that will hit the mark and hit the ground running such that we can get impactful economic development that is sustainable, that is long-term, has to be centered on key core foundational pillars of any economy, and that's real estate. You cannot do nothing, no other sector can function in abstraction. We're in the studio, for instance. This is real estate. In the manufacturing sector, they need warehousing, right? In tech, you need offices, you need data centers. The healthcare sector needs hospitals, needs labs, you know, tourism. The tourism industry needs hotels, needs resorts. And so there's practically nothing that you can do that real estate isn't serving. And so when policymakers understand that fact, then they can then position and do the work that's required so that we can see the results that we desperately want to see in our economy.
See the results that we desperately want to see in our economy. Chika, you're hitting this thing on the head.
I have to.
I must say that it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Those of you back home watching, I have got Chika Okeke in the building. We've just barely scratched the surface. More is coming your way. Our key questions here, which they've thrown at me to ask you.
Absolutely.
Now, they say, based on the capital catalyst question, it says here, a development around the agenda needs some form of capital, right?
Yeah.
Always an issue. Capital, money, how do you get money to start all these things? But more importantly, how can someone who wants to get into this whole thing strategically now say, I want to do this thing. I don't have the money, but even if I have the money, will it be a viable option? Will it be a successful, business venture moving forward within those angles? Looking at REIT and all that stuff.
So real estate is a sector that doesn't beg for capital. It attracts it, right? If it is done right.
It attracts.
It attracts. If it is done and structured right. Because like I've said before, real estate governs how we live, where we live, how we work, how we learn, how we heal, how we rest. Like human existence, the bane of human existence falls back to real estate. And so when you understand that instruments, for instance, like REITs that you mentioned, it enables us to take, cash that's just lying there. Some people earn pensions. Some people have savings. They don't know what to do with it. There's diaspora capital. There's retail investors who are looking for where to push their funds. But you see, what real estate does now is with instruments like real estate investment trust, it provides you a transparent way to come together. So it's not just you. So regardless of how little you have, you can come together and infuse those funds that are just lying there into national assets.
Right.
Productive national assets. So we are talking about malls, we're talking about commercial spaces, logistics, offices, housing, of course, which is the basic need, one of the most important basic needs of man, and even infrastructure linked projects. This is the way that we can begin to see development in any nation. Look at countries like the UAE, countries like China, countries like Singapore. How were they able to become industrialized in so quick a time? It's because they paid attention to the intentionality of how they use land, how land is used, the regulation of housing and urban planning. And so those are models that we can emulate if we're serious about the business. And investors, international investors too, are everywhere, but they're looking for certain things. They're not just looking for returns. They're looking for scale. They're looking for stability. They're looking for exit routes for their investment. One beautiful thing about real estate is that it is tangible. So it's always going to be there. You don't need to maintain it. Like if you get land in its real form, it's just lying there, piling up on appreciation. You don't need to do so much. It's tangible. It's something you can feel, you can touch. It's always there. It's immobile. So real estate is tangible. It's inflation hedged. Whether or not the prices go back and forth, you acquire real estate, you've locked in the price that you entered into that investment with. It can only go up if certain things are in place, if growth factors are in place. So real estate is tangible, it's inflation hedged, and it is long term. All of this ensures that if you're a small-time investor who is looking to start small, you can come together, crowdfund, invest as a team. Everything is set up in trust, and you can make the most of your returns. Real estate is not crypto that you can say something is going to come out. It is there, tangible, and it's a very safe, secure. If you do it right and do due diligence, it's a very safe and practical way to invest, and the returns can be mind-blowing if you keep in mind the most important things like location, where development is headed, and go there before it gets there.
Go there before it gets there. Stay with us here before you get, I didn't get that right correctly, but that's fine. All right, so
I think your attempts are right. You sure that should be your main hustle?
I'm thinking so. But again, they say real estate pays more money, so I should speak to that.
That's what everybody says.
I mean, that's the truth. If you look at it, people in real estate, when I see them go to the bank, they always come now smiling. I'm like, wait a minute, how much you guys will make in this business?
If you are doing the work, you're going to smile and cry. For instance, from a developer point of view, if you're doing the work, if you're not embezzling people's funds, you're doing the work because it's a tough terrain to do business in. Nigeria can sometimes pose you with very difficult challenges. The ease of doing business in this country is something that we're still grappling with. So if you're a developer who is doing the work, I mean, maybe in the long term, yes, the returns will come. But if you're doing the work, providing quality,
the
profit margins are not as ridiculous as people make it out to be. Unless you're cutting corners somewhere.
So someone watching,
we see that a lot.
Someone watching at home now thinking, I want to make a lot of money. I don't want to cut corners. But how quick can I make this money? What should be the biggest fear?
The biggest fear is that you can bite yourself in the foot from the get-go. I'll give you an example. Some people go into development and they say, oh, you know, I've heard there's money in real estate, and the money is actually in the development side of things. And now you go, okay, I want to put up in the market a development, 2-bedroom apartment, right? And I want to sell off plan, because with off plan, even if I don't have all the money, because capital financing for developers is one of the major hurdles. You know, it's a bone in the neck. Okay, so you don't have all the funds to flow that investment, and you say, okay, you know what, I'll do 12 units. I want to sell 5 units off plan, and then I can take from the initial deposit that investors have made and start the project. As we move on and hit each milestone, you know, more payments can begin to come in. But you forget there's inflation.
Yeah, inflation.
That's just there waiting pretty. You have promised investors you will deliver 2-bedroom at 60 million naira, and they have paid you 30 million naira upfront, and you're going to use 12 months to complete the project. And now you're just 3 months into the project, and the bag of cement is no longer what it's saying. You have to buy iron rods, regardless of the and the prices keep changing every week. How do you deliver on what you have promised at the rate that you have promised and deliver exactly what you have promised? If you promised me 90 square meters for the living room, how do you not see what I'm saying? So, and that's why a lot of developers, it's hard to go into, you know, development projects where you can create impact, which is mass housing, which is affordable housing, which is mixed use projects. It's expensive to go into projects like that. Developers chase the luxury margins because that's where you can make money. You know, so you just build few units, you sell quickly, because time is everything in real estate.
Time is everything in real estate.
Time is everything in real estate.
Time is also really big here on TV too.
Yes.
Real estate is important. Like you said, without real estate, a lot of things cannot work. Now, talking about real estate and challenges, which would you say, as a consultant, which would you say can really help you, you know, break even? I'm dropping all the questions now to the one that actually matter the most. I mean, look at Greater Lagos on TV. As someone who is, you know, trying to make sure you get the mark there so that globally you're known, I'm thinking, as a consultant, what's the blueprint question? What's the first thing that will come to your mind? Would you say, since Nigeria is not giving you everything that you want, right? Where is the best place to go and source for money as a developer? Where's the best place to now say, I want to look at this angle, the money is there. Remember, you get money from there, you're supposed to give them money back, maybe with interest. Where is the great corner here?
So, of course, the potential is inward. Everything is inwards, but it's just that the framework sometimes makes it difficult, okay? So, what I honestly think will work, whether you're coming in as an investor, whatever level of play you're at in the real estate food chain, whether you're an investor, you're a developer, you're a realtor, you're a broker, it's important that we continue to partner and synergize. The reason is because government cannot do it alone, you know, and private developers cannot do it alone. In many estates and in many developments, private developers bear the brunt of almost everything. Infrastructure, perfection of land. Let's even start with land. The access to land, you know, is so problematic. It's expensive, you know, and as a developer, the first thing that you're always thinking of is, where am I going to situate this development? Where is the land? How affordable is this land? Okay, you eventually manage to top up the funds and acquire the land. Now you're thinking about perfection, approvals. Okay, so all of that costs money. There are about 9 agencies that you have to go through to perfect your title documents, so that you say, look, now I can breathe. And for me, that's the biggest thing in real estate. If you're going to make your mark in real estate, knowing that you can breathe easy, it might look like you've spent so much, you've expended yourself so much, but in the long term, you save yourself so many pitfalls, the issues of demolition and all of that, and having clients or whoever buys up in the end, they're now left with the risk. They are left with money out of their pockets because you have developed and passed on that bulk of unsafety or a lack of safety to the investors. So if you're able to do your due diligence, perfect your titles, ensure that you build right, precedence, you see, in this business, I've come to see that precedence sells. So your track record of integrity and delivering value is what will set you apart from the pack. And it might look like, because you're not cutting corners, then you're not making money. But in the long term, you can then scale onto bigger projects. But like I was saying, it's important that we partner with the government. The government can provide the policy, and policy is absolutely important. So they provide the policy. They ensure that we get access to lands more affordably.
Access to land?
More affordably. Okay. And then the perfection of the titles, the approvals come out really quickly. Because this is what we're having to contend with. We have land registry systems and documentation systems where it is porous, information is inconsistent, it is opaque, and it's just left open to interpretation, which is why you see a lot of informality in the sector from the developer's point of view. But if we have a digitized system where everything is documented, you want to apply for land, you go online to the EGIS portal. If the portal is working as it should, because another thing you have to keep in mind is there are always people who stand to profit when systems don't work.
That's another thing.
We all say we want change, we want things to work, but we forget that there's oftentimes more than not a cabal, where it's like selling people profit when things don't work. So, but really, if everything were to work, you can apply, make your applications for your documents, you can get your certified true copy, you can do your verification online, apply for your documents come out in real time, developers can move to site and do what they need to do and actually sell with the little funds that they have and rinse and repeat. Because for a developer, the biggest question is, why do I have to tie down funds?
Why do I have to tie down funds? That's a big question. All right, I hope this next part answers that question.
Okay.
Let's jump to this. Deal or no deal? It says that real estate financing scheme and the 2025 tax reform, which is what we're dealing with, about to read now, 2026 that we're in now anyway. So, bill taking effect from 2026, which is this year. Chica, you are a professional when it comes to this part, which is real estate. As a broker, as a developer, is this a deal or a no deal? That's our president over there, smiling, hoping that the reform this year will add more value. On the books, deal or no deal? On
the books, it's a deal, of course. We have, as Nigerians, we have this thing where, there's no scarcity of policy. It's implementation and sustainability that we grapple with the most. So yes, capital injection, very needed. It's a positive, indicator that the government is thinking, that they're thinking in the right direction and they're serious about the sector of real estate. Financing schemes, absolutely, very welcome. But you see, beyond the talk and the rhetoric of talk, we need to move quickly to implementation, sustainability, and sanitizing house. The current housing deficit stands at 28 million. Right now, we're building less than 700,000 homes annually. That's not enough if we're going to beat the housing deficit. But then again, you have to ask, what is the purchasing power really of the average Nigerian?
Points.
So even when the government is saying, yes, we're serious about housing, we want to make it affordable, we want to, lower the entry pathway so that more Nigerians can access, home ownership, that dream that you and I, almost everyone has. The truth of the matter is affordability is relative. Right? Affordability is, what is affordable to you might not be affordable to me. The middle class, as we know, is struggling. And they are the ones who can afford to buy maybe low-level real estate and mid-level real estate. And then the 1% of 1%, of course, are the ones who buy the luxury real estate, right? But so right now, even with the middle class that we have, to what extent can they actually afford, the current value of properties on the market? Which is why the capital injection is a good move. But what we need to do, very importantly, still boils down to partnerships. But before we even get to that, we need to clean house. And when I say clean house, I mean from the belly up. Because if you're injecting money, it's like trying to, when in the Bible Jesus was saying you don't mix old wineskins with new wineskins. you have to clean house first and ensure that the house can accept and receive and sit comfortably on all of the new policies that you're going to bring in. Yeah, so there's a lack of sanity and structure, and the Lagos State government has been doing so much to sanitize the sector, but we really need to look, like I said, from the ground up, or from the top to the bottom, because we're all culpable. And that's the truth of the matter. When we talk about the rot that lies and exists in this industry, realtors, developers, and even the government too has been lax and can be faulted in many regards. And so if we want these funds to make sense, the tax relief, of course, is going to bring about you've seen the rate of rents right now in the market. It's crazy. It is not sustainable, which is the reason why you see many homes are vacant. Many properties, people cannot afford the rent, but it's going to go on the up and up, because as long as demand isn't meeting supply, you will always have those materials exactly putting inflation in the mix, and it's tough. So I would say, if the government is saying they're injecting capital, then let's know for sure where this capital is being injected into, where it will create the most impact. If we're saying we're building affordable homes, you're building affordable homes, yes, but are you building it in a Osogbo,
where people cannot?
When the city is where everyone is migrating to. So if you're going to do affordable housing, you need to do it in key city centers where the
commercial hub.
Yes, where people are constantly trooping into, and find a way to make it work. Yes, land is expensive, but all land belongs to the government. And so if the government partners with developers and say, developers, I want you to do affordable housing, they need to make the implementation of it easier for developers. Because you see, developers will have to go and look for funds. There are no loans. Loans right now for developers exist in double digits. Who is going to bear the brunt of the cost if I build in double digits? It's the end-time user. Of course, infrastructure. Most times when developers purchase huge blocks of land and they want to execute estates, they are the ones who have to put the majority of the infrastructure, the roads.
I know that we need to be part of this. Because I tell you, look, can never be exhausted when it comes to communication. We must do a part of this.
We have to.
Because of time.
I'd like to come up again.
So for me, it's a good deal.
It is. It has its potential, but we have to do it right. And we have to be serious about it and think long term. Because every now and then we bring policies and then halfway we discard them and come up with something else. There's a new government in play and everything just changes. It makes a mess of things. But if we're able to solidify, concretize on policies and then run with it for the long haul, then we can begin to see actionables and hold ourselves accountable. For every money spent.
What's the last word for our guys at home? That's a camera.
So final thoughts, the industry has so much potential, but of course it takes you and I and everyone on the value food chain to make it work. If we're serious about enhancing and growing the economic sector in our country, then we need to be paying attention to real estate, how we do it, how we execute, and how we plan for the foreseeable future. Cities are continuously expanding. What is the projected estimated population of Nigeria going to be in the next 20-30 years? We have to be thinking about that. So there are new emerging towns and cities that we need to be looking at. If we have failed to plan in Lagos proper, now we need to begin to plan for Ekpe and other emerging towns that are coming and get it right from the get-go.
Get it right. Thank you so much, Chika, for
Thank
joining
you so
us.
much, Valentine. I'm happy to be here.
I'm very happy because of time.
I know. Thank you so much.
Wow. Those of you back home, what can I say? Thank you for tuning in, for being with us. Still Business Day Television. This has been No Shit Focus. Nika Valentine, my name. I had a wonderful guest, Chika. We'll do part 2 of this. That time, I will get more information from her. Till then, stay strong, invest now.
Absolutely.
You might cry later.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, This is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day television.
Hi, I'm Abdraman Ali Alafiz, also known as the Climate Bender. I'm 16 and I want to talk to you about something that affects all of us, the air we breathe. Millions of Nigerians wake up and breathe air that slowly damages their lungs, their hearts, and even shortening their lifespans. This isn't a problem in the future. It's happening right now, inside your homes, on the streets, and in our communities. And the sources aren't far away or abstract. They're the generators powering our homes and businesses and the old vehicles in our roads. Nigerians depend on generators like no other country. We have around 60 million petrol and diesel generators in daily use. For many homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses, generators aren't backup. They're survival. At the same time, road transport is a huge problem. Traffic contributes about 30% of line particle pollution in cities like Lagos. Old cars, bad fuel, condensation, and weak environment mean inhaling toxic air every day. All this pollution is deadly. Every year, almost 114,000 Nigerians die because of air pollution. In Lagos alone, pollution costs around 2.1% of the city's GDP in lost health and productivity. And the people who suffer the most are the ones who can least afford it. Low-income communities living closest to these engines. We have to face reality. Nigeria has promised net zero by 2060, but that doesn't save people today. Grid reform will take years, electric vehicles are too expensive and unreliable right now, and charging behavior alone can't replace the power and transport people depend on. The engines on our streets and in our homes will keep running. So the question is, will they keep poisoning the air? Or can we make them burn cleaner now? That's where certified fuel additives come in. These are approved additives that can reduce carbon emissions and make petrol and diesel burn cleaner. They don't need new engines, they don't replace generators or cars, and they can be used right now. Studies show that these additives can cut fine particle emissions by 30 to 50%, reduce carbon monoxide and unburnt hydrocarbons, improve fuel efficiency, and reduce black smoke. That means cleaner air within weeks, not decades. Fuel additives aren't the ultimate solution. They're a bridge while Nigeria builds renewable energy and electric transports. Clean air isn't a luxury, it's a human right. That's why #ZeroCarbonNigeria is calling for mandatory use of certified additives in industrial generators and commercial and public transports. Because good solutions now save more lives than perfect solutions later. If engines must keep running, the air they produce must stop killing us. This is not climate delay. This is climate action right now.
Now, this is the midday bulletin coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, President Tinubu extends raw shea nuts export ban to 2027. And meanwhile, Nigerian crude surges past $70 per barrel and tops federal government's 2026 budget benchmark. And the FMDQ lists Lagos State 244.82 billion naira green and fixed rate bonds. And lastly, Tinubu seeks urgent constitution amendment for state police amid worsening insecurity. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. And President Bola Tinubu has approved a fresh one-year extension of the ban on the export of raw shea nuts. Now, the renewed directive, which takes effect from February 26, 2026 to February 25, 2027, was revealed in an official statement issued on Wednesday in Abuja by the President's spokesman, Mr. Bayo Onanuga. The extension reportedly shows the federal government's determination to strengthen domestic value addition and reposition Nigeria's shea industry for higher export earnings through processed products. Now, the decision is also aimed at stimulating local manufacturing, creating jobs and improving incomes across shea-producing communities. And according to the statement, the directive forms part of broader efforts to shift Nigeria away from the export of raw commodities towards a more industrial and export-driven economy. And meanwhile, Nigerian crude oil last traded above $70 per barrel, or higher than federal government's 2026 budget benchmark of $64.85 amid growing geopolitical risk. And latest price action shows the Bonny light trading at around $71 per barrel, a 0.7% drop from 72.3% on Monday. And according to reports, its low sulfur content and high API gravity make Nigerian crude cheaper to refine into high-value products like diesel and gasoline. And rising geopolitical risk premiums, particularly outside of the Middle East, have made oil one of the best performing asset classes this year. Now, this is because U.S. military forces are gathering in the area surrounding the Red Sea in preparation for the third round of U.S.-Iran nuclear talks and taking place in Geneva today. Now, still on, an FMDQ Securities Exchange Limited has approved the listing of Lagos State's government series bonds totaling 244.82 billion naira under its 1.00 trillion debt hybrid instrument issuance program. Now, the approval was disclosed in a release issued on Tuesday, February 24, 2026 by FMDQ Securities Exchange Limited following a meeting of its board listings and markets committee. The listing covers a 14.82 billion naira 5-year 16.00% Series 3 fixed rate green bond and a 230.00 billion naira 10-year 16.25% Series
for a fixed rate bond, and both aimed at supporting infrastructure and sustainable development projects in Lagos State. The exchange added that a dual series issuance sponsored by Chapel Hill Denham Advisory Limited. Registration, a member of FMDQ Exchange, will support Lagos State strategic programs and reinforce its position as Africa's premier commercial destination. And coming up, Tinubu's 6th urgent constitution amendment for state police amid worsening in security. We'll bring you these and more after this break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. It's still midday, a bulletin at 12. Now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has called on the leadership of the 10th Senate to urgently initiate constitutional amendments that will provide a legal framework for the establishment of state police. According to a statement signed by Special Advisor to the President, Bayo Onanuga, Tinubu made the appeal on Wednesday during an interfaith breakfast and senators at the presidential villa. The president stressed that decentralized policing has become necessary to strengthen security at the grassroots level as Nigeria battles insecurity. And according to Tinubu, the creation of state police will enhance the ability of subnational governments to respond swiftly to threats within their jurisdictions while complementing existing federal security structures. The president says such reforms will help reclaim forest areas from criminal groups and reduce insecurity affecting communities nationwide. And now away from that story. Now the Nigerian Revenue Service says new tax reforms have positioned the agency to generate 40.7 trillion naira in taxes and royalties in 2026. Executive Chairman of the NRS, Zach Adedeji, revealed this on Wednesday during a roundtable in Abuja organized by the House of Representatives Committee on Appropriations for key stakeholders in the financial sector. The 2026 projection represents a significant increase from the 28.23 trillion naira collected in 2025. Now, at the round table, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, noted that Nigeria previously relied heavily on ways and means financing to cover large fiscal deficits. And meanwhile, the federal government has secured a $100 million investment from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development for Nigeria's Project Bridge, the federal government's fiber optic expansion program. Now, the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, revealed these on his verified X account at the conclusion of the Project Bridge investment tour in Europe. Now, the new commitment add to the $500 million financing earlier approved by by the World Bank Group for the project. Now, in his words, the package includes 18 million euro for digital public services and 5 million euro to support the 3 million technical talent and 3MTT program, as well as the 18 million euro for digital public services and 5 million euro to support the 3MTT Nigeria program. Yet again, now to end the local news, militants linked to the Islamic State are increasingly active in Sokoto, Kebbi, and Niger and Kwara states, turning remote transit corridors into conflict zones. A report by the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project published on Wednesday show violent incidents involving Islamist groups in the tri-border area and rose 86% between 2024 and 2025, and while fatalities linked to these attacks increased by 262%. The findings highlight the accelerating spread of jihadist groups across West Africa, where governments and foreign militaries have struggled for more than a decade to contain their advance. And communication by jihadist group in the tri-border zone also intensified, suggesting competition and potential escalation between rival factions. And sparse governance and porous borders in frontier regions have long enabled militants to evade security forces, resupply fighters, and assert control over local communities. And now coming up, Ghana's cocoa buyers owe banks up to $750 million amid sector strain. Now this and more after we are back from this break. Stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st.
They play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
You're still on to the midday bulletin here on Business Day Television, and now moving on to Africa. Now, Ghana's licensed cocoa buyers owe banks up to $750 million as financial pressures intensify across the country's cocoa sector, raising concerns about broader banking stability. The disclosure was made by the Licensed Cocoa Buyers Association of Ghana, highlighting deepening liquidity challenges affecting cocoa buyers, farmers, regulators and financial institutions, with mounting debts and linked to delayed payments, weak harvest and falling global prices. And the president of the Licensed Cocoa Buyers Association of Ghana, Samuel Adimado, say debts were accumulating because Cocoa Board, the country's cocoa regulator, has been spending more on core activities like road construction. Now, in his words, licensed buyers have delivered about 580,000 metric tons of cocoa to Cocoa Bud this season, but have yet to be paid. Now, adding that approximately 70,000 metric tons remain in the fields, while a recently reduced producer price expected to apply to about 100,000 metric tons. And meanwhile, China's lithium price surged on Thursday after Zimbabwe suspended raw mineral exports, sparking concerns over supply disruptions at a time when growing energy storage demand is projected to drive a boom in the market. Now, the most traded lithium carbonate contract on the Guangzhou Futures Exchange jumped 6.07% to 178 and 20 yuan a metric ton, having spiked more than 9% to 187,700 yuan earlier this session. And Zimbabwe on Wednesday suspended exports of all raw minerals and lithium concentrates with immediate effect. The country is the largest lithium producer in Africa and exported 1.128 million tons of spodumene concentrate in 2025, up 11% from a year before, and with the bulk of the exported volume shipped to China. Now, the export ban has raised concerns about the stability of raw material supply at a time when expectations of a boom in energy storage systems have driven a rally in lithium prices since the second half of 2025. And now moving on to the foreign scene, Cuba's government has revealed that 4 people shot dead by Cuban border guards in a U.S. registered speedboat were Cuban nationals living in the United States. And Cuba's Interior Ministry said that the speedboat's passengers, the 4 who were killed and 6 others who were wounded, also Cuban citizens, opened fire on a Coast Guard vessel that approached them near an island off the country's northern coast on Wednesday. Now, the 10 individuals, some with previous criminal records, were armed and intended to carry out an infiltration who terrorist proposes. Now, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, however, said the U.S. was also investigating the highly unusual incident. And now, still on, U.S. and Iranian officials are meeting in Geneva for a third round of indirect talks seen as crucial to averting conflicts, with President Donald Trump threatening to strike Iran if a nuclear deal is not reached. The discussions come amid the largest U.S. military build-up in the Middle East since the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq in 2003, and with Iran vowing to respond to an attack with force. The talks are again being mediated by Oman's Foreign Minister Badr Abdul Saidi, who said negotiators had demonstrated unprecedented openness to new and creative ideas and solutions. And while Trump has said he prefers to solve the crisis through diplomacy, he also said he is considering a limited strike on Iran to pressure its leaders to accept a deal. And I will bring you the sports news after this break. Stay with us. Yeah, welcome back to the midday bulletin, and I'm moving on to sports news. Goals from Victor Osimhen and Barış Yilmaz helped Galatasaray seal qualification for the last 16 of the UEFA Champions League, despite surrendering a 3-goal aggregate lead in a dramatic cracker against 10-man Juventus on Wednesday. Although Galatasaray fell 3-2 after extra time on the 9th, Osimhen's crucial lead goal ensured the Turkish champions progressed 7-5 on aggregate, setting up a last 16 showdown with either Liverpool or Tottenham Hotspur. Now, this marks Galatasaray's first appearance at this stage of Europe's elite competition since 2014, and they were fortunate to advance, even with Juventus playing most of the contest with 10 men. Now, Juventus had taken the lead through Manuel Locatelli's 37th minute penalty before the match swung on a controversial refereeing decision shortly after half-time. And after ending news, UEFA on Wednesday rejected Benfica's appeal over the provisional suspension of Gianluca Prestani, ruling the Argentine winger out of the Champions League tie against Real Madrid. Now, Prestiani was handed a provisional one-match ban following allegations of racist abuse reported by Real Madrid forward and Vinicius Jr. during the last week's 1-0 defeat in the knockout round playoff first leg. Now, Benfica indicated they will challenge the decision as the Portuguese club admitted the appeal was unlikely to have any practical effect before Wednesday's return leg at the Santiago Bernabeu. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television Media Bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down
the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Or do you want to present it while I speak over it?
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's fine if you can present with your phone. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay, and we are live now. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the SME Clinic on Business Day Television. My name is Norma Obodna. I'm a broadcast journalist with experience across radio, print, and television. I report on business, politics, lifestyle, and the economy. I also host an entrepreneur show. The name is Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma. And today I'm excited to guide today's conversation and ensure that we all have a dynamic and valuable session. Let's get started. All right, so today's conversation is both timely and critical as we are discussing practical marketing strategies for SMEs on a budget. In a business environment defined by rising costs, cautious consumers, and intense competition, small and medium-sized enterprises can no longer afford wasteful visits. Every naira spent must translate into value, whether that's a customer acquisition, retention, or brand equity. Marketing is no longer about shouts, who is the person that shouts loudest, but about clarity, positioning, and trust. And today we'll be exploring how SMEs can market smarter, leverage digital tools effectively, build loyal communities, and drive sustainable growth, even with limited resources. I'm going to start out this session by introducing our distinguished panel, and some of them we go first with Ochuko Newton, who is a dynamic speaker and cutting-edge business strategist known for turning bold ideas into scalable, revenue-driven ventures. He's also the CEO of Business Plus agency. He leads a forward-thinking, creative, and digital firm that helps brands grow through strategy, innovation, and performance-driven execution. Renowned for his clarity, energy, and practical insights, Ochiko speaks on business growth, digital transformation, and brand positioning. He also equipping leaders with actionable strategies that deliver measurable results. Ochiko, please say hello to our audience. If you can hear me, Ochiko, please say hello to our audience so they can know that you're here. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? I think my network is bad. Can anyone else hear me so I just know that I'm not here alone? Okay. Okay. I think we lost Ochuko. Okay, we're going to the next eloquent speaker here, who is Omolara Olarerin, who is the CEO and co-founder of Pocket Food, an award-winning corporate food management startup revolutionizing the food delivery industry by automating healthy eating for the African workforce. Under her leadership, Pocket Food has experienced steady growth since its inception in August 2022, delivering over 700,000 meals, raising funding, expanding into 3 cities in Nigeria, and winning multiple awards and recognition both locally and internationally. Omolara's passion for creating impactful solutions stems from her belief in the transformative power of technology to solve everyday problems. As the CEO of Pocket Food, she has successfully combined her technical acumen with her commitment to wellness, ensuring that the company not only meets but exceeds the exceptions of its growing customer base. Omolara, if you're in the room, please say hello to our audience.
Hi, Norma. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, right. We also have the distinguished Mr. Damilare Davola. I hope I did not butcher that name.
You did, but forgive you.
Please forgive me. So, Mr. Davola is a seasoned. Okay, can you pronounce it so I can have the correct one now?
By the way, that wasn't me talking, but the name is pronounced Damilare Davola.
Okay, Damilare Davola. Mr. Davola is a seasoned investment banking and business analyst with extensive expertise in technological research, strategic analysis, and emerging market trends. So we are in for a treat today. And finally, okay, sorry, Mr. Damilare, please, can you say hello? I almost forgot. Can you say hello to our audience, please?
Hello, everyone. Good to be here. Good to, have this conversation with you. It's going to be very valuable. So hope to speak soon.
Okay, and finally, we'll also be joined in this conversation by Eniolua Taiwo, who is a digital innovator and founder with a mission to solve complex real-world problems through technology. She has a background in accounting and data analysis. She brings a rigorous, evidence-based approach to building inclusive digital products. She's the founder of SmartSaveFin Limited, a fintech company that pioneered a profitable fiscal digital model in Nigeria to bridge the trust gap in financial services. Under her leadership, the platform scaled to process over 210 million naira in transactions, achieving profitable and earning recognition in major national press like Vanguard for its impact on digital inclusion. As the speaker, Neola shares our insights on fintech, digital inclusion, and product strategy, turning hands-on founder experience into actionable frameworks for others. Neola, in the room, please say hello to everyone.
Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be here today, and thanks, Ogwena, for having us today.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, Ochuko, we lost you for a bit. Are you here now?
Yeah, I am. Hi, everyone.
Okay. All right, so we'll be going right into this session right now, and where I'm going to be asking you some questions. First of all, I would like to know, how are you all feeling about today's session? I want to know if we are all super pumped like everyone else who has joined in. Please, I would like each and every one of you to say something. How are you feeling today?
I'm pumped for sure. Feeling super excited. Can't wait to get into the conversation.
Okay, Ochuko, what about you?
Definitely excited, super elated.
Okay. What about you, Eniola?
Yeah, I'm so happy to talk about this because this is what is really happening now, where people really don't think they can market with low cost or without any money, just investing in marketing. So it's something we need to discuss today, and I'm so happy and prepared to have a conversation around it.
Okay, so Lara, what about you?
Same. Totally agree with Eniola. I'm excited to learn from others and also share one or two things that I know.
Okay, so let's now get this session running. So I'll be going first with Ochuku Newton. So as a business growth strategist, what are the first three marketing foundations every SME must build before spending on ads?
That's a very interesting question. First of all, I'll say it's important that every SME understand the foundation of that you cannot thrive in the digital spin in your space if you don't have ample understanding about the internet, right? You cannot take that out of the way. Digital is a huge part of gross earning, particularly in this economy. The second is relationships, right? And then the third is having understanding about numbers in your business. All right, I'll start with the first one. In terms of digital, we're already in a digital space. And that simply means that as of 2023, sorry, the average attention span of an individual was about 0.3, was about 3 seconds. That simply means that at that time, in order to get someone's attention when you're scrolling online, you have about 3 seconds to communicate sense. Otherwise, they will leave what they are watching and go to the next post. That was 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in 2026. You might want to do the numbers and just assume what the average attention span would look like. That simply means that every single individual is fighting for attention. That simply means that everyone is fighting for market share of attention online, and whatever you have to do to get that attention has to be aggressive, has to be intentional. You realize that now people are doing more crazier things that people ever did in existence to get people's attention, because you know that once you have people's attention, you can make money. The next is so important, and that's about relationship. I'll be honest with you, particularly in this side of the world, one thing that is so important for us to recognize is that in order to make the most out of your business, you must be a people's person. People say, oh, it's a function of who you know. You have to know this person to get, this part of. I'll be honest with you, right? Especially in this part of the world, how robust your relationship network looks like will determine how far your business network will get to. And I'm saying this because if you don't pay attention to networking, if you don't pay attention to maximizing relationships, your business will largely be limited. There are places your business should be in, but you don't have relationships in those places. That's why your business is not there. So think about it like this. If your business is not expanding into a certain place, it's because you don't have relationships in those places. And that's why you must come out of your comfort zone. You can't be a business owner in 2026 and you say that you're just sitting down in your office every single day. No, have systems that allows you to go out, network with other people so that you can expand. And then the third is finances, numbers. The average Nigerian or African, when they break through in business, they overcompensate themselves, essentially putting the business at risk of going bankrupt. When you break through in business, you must understand that there's room to compensate yourself for the hard work, but don't compensate yourself into bankruptcy. When you have this ample understanding of these three fundamentals, then you're ready for business, particularly in the Nigerian space.
Okay, so you tell that introverts can't be business owners. We can't be shy and say we can't go out again.
Exactly.
Okay, so the next question is, how can SMEs leverage partnerships and collaborations as a cost-effective growth strategy?
This is so powerful because it's... can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
This is so powerful because it's related to the second thing that I pointed out, relationships. I'll be honest with you, when it comes to partnerships, you made a statement. You can't be shy in partnerships. You can't say you want to eat the slice of the pie alone by yourself. There are businesses you need to partner with. For example, I lead a creative agency here in Lagos. You have to partner with either a marketing team, you have to partner with either a consulting firm. You have to partner in order to be seen on the global stage. There is no global brand living and existing right now that is not currently partnering. And that's one mentality that any individual listening to me across the world should understand, that as a Nigerian, it's important for you to recognize that don't kill yourself with this mentality of it's just me, my family, this business is for my family, it's for my immediate kinsmen. You would never grow. It would not grow beyond a kiosk. It will never grow beyond a small Malam's kiosk. It will just be limited to you and you alone. But if you are ready to go on the global stage, then you must be willing. Why do you think people people are willing to sell shares? It's because of growth. So I think it's something that people should pay attention to. Now, when it comes to strategies for partnership, it's important that you must have ample understanding again about business, because
I think we lost him. Okay, so I think we'll go to Omolara now while we wait for Ochuko to join back. Or is he back? Okay, Omolara, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you are in the food business sector, and food business is like very huge here in Nigeria. So I would like to know, in the food and consumer space, how have you built brand awareness without, relying heavily on paid ads?
Thank you for that. So there are a couple of ways that you can build awareness without having to spend millions and thousands on ads or throwing this money away, right? So basically, it's having a team that thinks alike, right? You have a goal, you want to reach that goal, and surround yourself with people that are able to bring in ideas and help, right? So what are the ways that you can, even if you don't have a team, what can you do? There's content creation, storytelling, influencer marketing. Influencer marketing does not necessarily have to be where you pay millions to influencers. There's something called nano influencers, micro influencers, people with less than 10K, 5K followers that are able to collect what you can give them, and they will still bring, immense value into your product, right? So another thing I don't take for granted is content creation. Put yourself out there, put your business out there, talk about your business, look at what others are doing in your industry, what others are doing in your niche, right? And have a playbook to run by, right? All these things that are all practical things that you can do. For any business owner out there that's not content creating, that's not putting themselves out there, they're not ready for business, right? So on our own end, we do content creation. We're always looking at what's the next best thing that we can show to our audience that we are here and this is what we do. Right. So that's one of the things that I would mention that we do. I think I'll leave the rest for when I do the presentation.
Okay. All right. So how important is storytelling? Because you cannot just say you want to create content without having like some kind of story for food vendors or people who are into food entrepreneurship. So how important is storytelling in the marketplace when it comes to marketing their business, and how can SMEs do it effectively on a budget?
All right. Storytelling is like the backbone of content creating, right? If you want to go to content creating, like you want to actually create content for your brand, first and foremost is storytelling, right? What is the message that you want people to hear? What is the end goal of that message, right? So storytelling is being able to say that this is what I do and this is how we got here, right? So one of the most important things about storytelling is authenticity. Be true to yourself, be true to your story, right? The good thing about the internet now is that there's a lot of content out there, there's a lot of story out there, right? But no one has the same story that you do, right? And this is where you should shine. Right, your story is different from every other person's story. Even if you have hundreds of competitors, you have people doing exactly the same thing that you are doing, but no one is doing life the way you are doing it. No one is doing your brand the way you are doing it, and this is where you bring out storytelling to talk about that, right? As a business owner, no one knows your brand more than you. So this is where you come in, your ideas come in. If you feel that, okay, I'm not really good with storytelling, I'm not really good with content creating, partner with people that are good with it, right? Bring people into your team that are able to complement your own expertise and experience, and are able to complement it in terms of copywriting, storytelling, content creation, content calendar, right? You just have to be you have to be very intentional about it. Intentional about the story you're telling, intentional about how you tell that story, and also most importantly, be intentional about the consistency of storytelling, right? You need to be consistent in that regard. Daily, if it's once a week, if it's twice a week, be consistent, right? Look, like I mentioned, look at what others are doing and see how you can either emulate that or do something better.
Powerful. Thank you so much for that. So, how did you get your first 100 customers with content creation and storytelling? What other strategies also apart from content creation did you use, if you have those? So you can share with us.
Yes, influencer marketing, right? So we targeted nano influencers, micro influencers over big influencers, right? Something about using nano influencers is that it builds this kind of trust that sometimes even big influencers are not able to bring to you, right? Because nano influencers, you're growing. And it's very important to be able to choose the right influencers for your brand, right? You're growing with the brand. Is a brand that people trust. Is a brand that their values, it matches with your value. Now, I'm not asking that you go and meet other influencers that are doing something totally different because they're currently shining now. Maybe they're currently blowing up, and you just can give them your brand to influence. Along the line, you'll find out that that influencer does not align with your value, and you start getting embarrassed, along the line. So we're very particular and very choosy with the kind of people that we worked with to ensure that in the long term, their values correlate with our values. They won't embarrass us and we won't regret down the line, right? So we work with nano influencers, people that have a voice in their niche, in their community, even if their community is less than 10K people, less than 5K people, but the engagement is real. The engagement is real, the engagement is sure. People that are engaging with that content know that this person is not lying, or this person is not trying to bring in a good just to sell it down our throat. Now, compared to someone that has 50,000, 100,000, right? Because these people, everybody that's saying this content is able to tell that, oh, this content they're just doing it for the pay, So it's good to use strategy. Think about what the end goal is, right? What is your end goal? Is it engagement? Is it awareness? Right? Is it sales? So just work according to what your North Star metric, what your goal is for the quarter, for the semester, for the year, whatever. So I would say using influencers.
Okay. Okay, we lost you for a bit, but you're back, thank God. Okay, so I also want to know, how about social proof, like reviews, testimonials, user generated content. Do you think that SMEs can also capitalize on this particular strategies to also drive
Definitely,
growth?
because they all fall under the content creating, brand, right?
Okay.
So it's like I mentioned, when you want to really delve into content creating for your brand, this is not the time for you to just do anything that every other person is doing or what you think would work, right? Take a critical look at your business, right? For me, my business is B2B, so I'm working with corporate clients. I'm working with high value clients. I'm working high ticket clients, right? So you won't see my brand doing tacky content in terms of, okay, let's go and be dancing. I'm sorry, dancing is not a tacky content, really. But I'm just saying that it's
some people are going to be heartbroken when they hear this.
So apologies. So we pick the content that fits our audience, right? And what is that? That is LinkedIn, user generated content, right? We pick LinkedIn articles, LinkedIn webinars, top voices. We picked user generated content. That is very important. It's one of the things that we have something called content pillars, right? We have like 6 of them, right? So we know that these content pillars, they fit our brand, they fit our audience. So on these content pillars, we create content around them in our content calendar, and then we work with it, right? So that's one of the things that I would do as an SME. Maybe you don't have a team, you don't have a lot of people that working in your team, but at least you have your head, you have your brain, and you have what you want to achieve. So look at your brand, create content pillars, like point out content pillars. Is it user-generated content? Do you need to do referrals? Do you need to do still graphics, motion graphics? Do you need to do what's it called, influencer marketing? Do you need to actually go like Vox Pop? So we create content pillars around our brand and then we just work with it. So for me, for my type of brand, we picked the things that would work. And another thing we usually do is something called growth experiments, right? So if we try something and it doesn't work, we leave it and try another thing until we find what actually works and then magnify that, right? One of the things that worked for us is collaborations, like partnership posts. We collaborate with people and it works. It builds what's this thing called? It builds knowledge. It builds leadership thought process. So we don't just like do content our own self. We partner with people that has the voice that we're looking for, and then we work with that. So yeah, I would say those are the things that matters in terms of practical marketing strategies for SMEs.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, before I let you go and move to Damilare, I would like to know what are some, hard lessons you've learned in marketing that other SME owners should avoid? I hope I've not lost Nara because I can't see her again. Monara, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I was asking if you have any hard lessons that you've learned over the years that SMEs should avoid when it comes to marketing.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking to Dami, that's why.
No.
Okay. In the business of SMEs and marketing, there's something that you would inevitably have to go through, and it's called paying school fees. Because you pay to learn. Sometimes you find yourself burning cash on something that doesn't work, and then hoping for the best. That's one of the worst things that you can do as a business, as a startup, as an SME, right? If something does not work, discard it, no matter if it's working for the other person, if it has worked for other people, right? But if it's not working for your brand, discard it immediately and start something else that would work, right? If not, you find yourself paying school fees because you find yourself because you're burning cash to learn and you're going to learn the hard way, right? So try growth experiments, give yourself time. In the next 1 to 2 months, and I'm doing this ad or I'm doing this and it's not working, I'm going to give myself this time. If I don't get the result I'm looking for, I'm going to leave this and try another thing, right? So that's one of the things that one of the things I had to learn the hard way, right? Which is why we had to incorporate growth marketing into the way we work. Because of this growth marketing, I'm able to find out that, okay, most people think that newsletter works, right? But I've found out that doesn't work for my brand, so I don't do newsletters anymore, right? Some people say, okay, maybe doing ads work, still ads, but it doesn't work for my brand. What works for my brand is collabs and reels, and I'll work on that. So for any SME, once you start dabble in everything that you can dabble in, just to learn, and when you find the one that works for you, stick with it. The one that does not work, discard it and move forward.
Okay, thank you so much for that very important lesson. We will now be moving to Damilare, who is a business analyst, banking and a business analyst. So, Damilare, can you switch on your mic at this moment?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm unmuted.
Okay. So, I would like to know from your perspective, from a financial perspective, how should SMEs allocate limited funds between marketing and other operational needs?
Thank you very much, Nora. So before I answer that question, one of the things I want to provide as extra value for anyone listening to this is that in 2026 and beyond, marketing is no longer something optional. Prior to 2020, right, the year COVID came, marketing was something that you could do if you had extra cash on ground because for some businesses there was a way to get customers that didn't require extra marketing. But right now the world has become very noisy, and by noisy I mean a lot of people are talking, a lot of people are trying to sell certain things to you, and so that means that the
responsibility for marketing has only increased. Now that I've laid that as a foundation, right, for your business, you certainly require a huge amount of, a huge percentage of your operational costs being allocated to marketing. Because without that, every other thing that you're spending going to very quickly become a burden, right? Marketing is what gets new people through the door predominantly, right? There are other ways new people can get through the door. They can stumble upon your brand. But the most intentional way to get new people through the door is marketing. And so if you have a business, now the reason I wouldn't generalize and say give 40% of your capital, your cash flow, or 30% or 20% is it's dependent on the type of business. But generally speaking, every business should be able to provide a significant amount of their budget to marketing. So the way to know what percentage works for a business is this: what is the industry you're in? What do the key players in that industry, what do they do? Now, whatever the key players in your industry are doing, you as an SME, you have to do at the very least a multiple of 1.5 of what they're doing. So what I mean is this: if the top guys are posting, or they have an allocation of 2 pieces of content a day. I'm talking in content terms. That's not the only tool for marketing. Like, we have email marketing, you have social media marketing, just like Lara has mentioned. But I'm focusing on social because that's the one that makes most sense when you're on a budget. Why? Because one, social is free. You don't have to pay any sign-up fee to go on Instagram. So because it's free, it means you can capitalize on that and just you don't even have to pay for ads. Let's say you're on a strict budget, right? So whatever you see what the big guys in your industry are doing. So if you're working in an agricultural industry, for example, the top guys are posting 5 pieces of content every day. You have to post 7. The top guys are posting 20. You have to post 30. The reason is because you want to increase your surface level of luck. As an SME, what you have is limited funds compared to the big guys. So what you need to do is what they are doing and a bit more. So allocate with that understanding of, you need to first have the data. What are the top guys doing? Then that should determine what you should do. It's no longer negotiable. If we're having this conversation in 2022 or 2023, sorry, I heard.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, I'm hearing other people speak, so I'm not too sure what to do.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no stress. Anyway, I'll continue by saying that, once you have the clarity of what is being done, then you add 50% to it, no matter what is being done. Now, you may not have the resources necessary, so you start from where you are, but the aim would be 50% more than the big guys are doing. I've seen this work with clients I've worked with. I've seen this work with multiple people. Like, at the individual level, this works even more fantastically. But as a business, go study what the top guys are doing in terms of social media marketing. We're using that as an example here because it's one of the cheapest ways to acquire new customers, and also one of the cheapest ways to build a loyal following. So that's what I would say. So once your operational cost is covered, right, you also don't want to burn yourself out. And you have like a solid buffer, say 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months of operational costs. The rest should almost unanimously or unilaterally just go into marketing. That's what I'm saying. You're muted, Noma.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay, so I was saying, what key marketing metrics should small businesses use to track their, to ensure that they are not wasting money? Because we're talking about limited funds here. How can they track their small businesses and ensure that they are not wasting the remaining cash they have?
First of all, if you're doing social media marketing, ideally you shouldn't even be using any money at all. What your investment is predominantly is time. You need to find the time. Any business that says, oh, I don't have time to do social media, you're not seeing it rightly. The way to look at it is that every other thing you're doing is amplified by social media. So if you want to do like a if you want to the chances of doubling your businesses in terms of revenue, right? In terms of number of active customers is multiplied by social media. So it's not it's not a debate in 2026, right? It's a no-brainer at this point. So things you should trust, you should track customer acquisition cost. Just like the name implies, you're asking, what does it cost to get a new person on board? Like, how much am I going to pay to get a new person on board? If you're doing social media content, it's time. So maybe you can then calculate the time value the monetary value of your time. And then, the amount of customers you're able to get. You can use that as an estimate of your current customer acquisition cost. However, if you're doing paid ads, that becomes an easier metric to track because each platform that you use, most platforms nowadays will provide you that metric. Okay, here is the amount of people that clicked on your ad. You spent $10 on this ad. 100 people clicked. By just explaining that, it means the acquisition value of each client is 10 cents, right? And so that's one way to go about it. The second metric is cost per lead. A lead is pretty much a new person who is coming in contact with your business or coming in contact with your offer. That's a potential. So yeah, the way to understand a lead is a potential customer. So what's the cost of that? What's the cost to get a potential customer? You're basically asking, what is the cost of you putting yourself out there? Just like I've explained with customer acquisition costs. If you're doing organic social media posting, ideally that cost is zero. If you want to do the nano influencing or micro influencing that Lara mentioned, it's easy to track as well. You're going to ask the influencers or whoever is doing that paid marketing for you to provide you with their dashboard. So when they did this ad, what were the amount of people that clicked on the link? There are more than enough tools nowadays to track all these things. But we're just going to go over them to just educate you in case it's something you're not aware of on how to track this conversation, to track these metrics. Third one is the conversion rate. Pretty much how often do leads become customers, right? Simple equation as well. It's a mathematical equation. Easy to understand once you understand your cost per lead and your customer acquisition cost. The fourth one is customer. There are a couple more, but I'll stop here because once you have these four, you're good to go pretty much. Customer lifetime value. What customer lifetime value is just like the name implies. The value that a customer brings to you over the lifetime that they are with you. So if you have a gym, for example, you charge $10 every month. At the end of the year, the customer would have spent $120 with you. Now, if the customer only stays with you for 1 year, it means the customer's lifetime value is $120, right? Now, if you acquire that customer for, say, $10, it means you have earned 12 times the amount you used to get the clients, right? Super easy to say that, okay, that was a profitable endeavor. But if you use $10 to get the clients and, the gym charges $5 a month and the client only stays for 1 month. So you got them for $10, they only spent $5. That's a clear equation of loss, right? And then you can use that as the tail. So the ratio of customer acquisition to customer lifetime value is how you know if your marketing makes any sense. So if you have a high customer acquisition to lifetime value, your marketing is, it doesn't make any sense. But if you have a low customer acquisition to customer lifetime value, then your marketing makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so our next question is, how can SMEs calculate ROI on low budget marketing campaigns effectively? I think you had touched on that, but if you want to buttress a little bit, no problem.
It's pretty much straightforward, right? You're tracking your numbers. All these things I'm saying, honestly, between you, ChatGPT, and a good metric or a good dashboard, you'll be done with it in 5-10 minutes, right? It's technology has made it so easy that it should be done every month, every week, however often your tracking period is, because it's so easy, it's so stress-free nowadays. Just have an understanding of, okay, I have a low budget marketing campaign. what is the money I'm putting inside, right? What is the money I'm putting inside getting me? And for how long would what I'm putting inside get me? That's literally it. Just those three values and you're good to go.
Okay, so what about some financial red flags that SMEs should watch out in a marketing strategy that is draining rather than promoting their business?
So when you know you're in trouble as a business when you find yourself constantly having to consistently defer to discounting, right? And I know a couple of businesses like that. There's always a discount somewhere, you know, someone's like, you're like, are you sure you are selling something of value? Like if you're so quick to discounting, it's like we should be very cautious, right? I'll be cautious, right? Something is always on discount. Um, so you know that marketing strategy is draining. Do discounts work? Yes, they do. That's why there's a rush on Black Friday, right? Um, but then if you have Black Friday every day, we start to suspect you. Then also not tracking your business. That's a bad strategy. You're running on vibes. It can work, but you can't scale reliably with vibes. No. Vibes will get you your first 10, 100, probably even 1,000 if you're a very good business person, customers. Anything beyond that, the numbers become heavy. And I'm saying this from experience. When I started my first business 2018, I was making so much money. That time, most people didn't even know that, you could import stuff from China. So I had a very secret plug then. I was importing perfumes very cheaply, selling them, with a high markup. Before you know, I was spending money. I was feeling like a baller. I'm on top of the world. I wasn't
Please, you
tracking
do
anything.
giveaway for us, so before you go.
My 2018 self will do giveaway. So it's like, I wasn't tracking anything. And then before I knew it, COVID came. It was COVID that was my wake-up call. I was like, oh my God. I wasn't, I didn't even have an idea where the money went to. Between Dorime and, the money just gone. So not tracking, very bad idea. It's going to be very costly, right? Because you don't even know what to improve. You don't know what to reduce, all of that. Last thing I would say is if you're constantly having to increase your marketing spend, right now, between AI, automation, generative AI, between, just even ChatGPT, right, itself, and the creativity of founders, your marketing spend should almost be flat. It shouldn't increase until, maybe you've exhausted a certain channel. Right now, with your creativity, you can reach so many people. You can have like a lot of eyeballs on you. The game now has changed from what are the tools for marketing to what is the tool for marketing, which is the brain. So you have to be conscious of your creative output. And the way to be conscious of your creative output is to be conscious of your creative input. So where are you consuming information from? Like what's your information source? If you're consuming the general thing everyone is consuming, TikTok shorts, YouTube shorts, TikTok reels, Instagram reels, whatever, you're consuming short content, is decreasing your capacity for creativity, right? Because you are frying the part of your brain that is meant to be able to think creatively. So you don't spend time watching other people. You spend time thinking of how to get other people to watch you. So the last red flag would be, you're increasing your marketing spend. Like marketing feels like a burden. That's a red flag. Marketing should be an extension. It should be easy. And that's when you've hit the gusher with that one. So yes, those are the 4 ones. When your cost of acquiring customers is declining, when you're not tracking, when you're constantly discounting, and then when your marketing spend is increasing or it becomes burdensome.
Okay, thank you so much for that those profound points that you raised. And now I would like to know if you can give us, structures that SMEs can follow that allow them to be consistent with their marketing efforts rather than, just spending and doing the remake like you the other time.
Okay, I'll say this. One, once you have a budget for marketing every month, stick to it, use it, including time, right? So if you have 10 hours a month, just as an example, 10 hours a month is ridiculously small, but just as an example, if you have 10 hours a month, dedicated to marketing, ensure that you're always hitting the 10 hours a month, right? It's pretty much having a preset idea of what you want to do. And then every quarter, say, by the end of next month, for example, we'll be reaching the end of a quarter. So observe, what have I done from January to March? And what has that gotten me? How many customers did that bring in? If it's not working, then continuing in April doesn't make any sense. So what do we do January to March? That's 3 months. That's 90 days of data. And then we use that to determine what we do, moving forward. Then if you want, another strategy you can use is a percentage of your revenue. So if in January your revenue was 100,000, in February it became 150, in March it became 200. You know that, okay, whatever I'm doing is working. Now, because it is working, I would also increase the marketing revenue as a function of, the marketing spend as a function of the increase in revenue. So when it was 100K, say I was giving 10%, so that's 10K. When it moves to 150K in terms of revenue, I can also move to what's it called, 15,000 or whatever the currency is. When it moves to 200K, I move to 20K as well. So it's still that consistent amount of marketing effort, but I'm using percentages instead of having an exact figure because it is working. If it's not working, or if you want to give it time to see it work, stick with the same figure, observe, tweak, play around with, the figures, watch how it moves, and then you're able to do. The last thing you should do is you should have a marketing reserve, right? There are times where, because you must treat marketing like something that is super important, so you have a reserve. There are times where you need to know, that you do not know that maybe there's a new feature that comes out on a social media platform. I remember when Shorts came out, 2019, thereabouts. It wasn't really a thing, but then over time, YouTube, Instagram, they came out with their own features. It was on Musical.ly first, the company that bought TikTok. That TikTok bought. The moment that came out, I saw a lot of businesses pivoting. They started switching up their marketing, strategy. You should have a reserve for things like that. And for, if you could have a new idea that you think, oh, I think this could work, you also want to have enough cash to be able to experiment with that. That'll be everything I'll be saying for now. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Damilare. And we'll be having Eniola right now, who I have been itching to hear her voice as well. And after her, we'll have Omolara's presentation. So Omolara, please do well to stick with us and wait for your own turn. So Eniola, welcome to the session. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
I mean, you are the last, apparently. You've been listening, so I'm sure that your own session is going to be very rich and thick. Okay, so Eniola, I would like to know, as a founder, how did you build early traction with limited marketing resources?
Okay, I would say I built traction the way baby took their first step. So taking a step after the other. And I can remember at that point, I started the company with little or no fund. And considering my market, people I was dealing with, there were not people who had access to online. Some hated the digital world. Some do not trust or believe the system. So going online would be futile. So I wouldn't get my set of customers or my type of customers online. So which was a really good one for me. And I really didn't spend more on marketing. But even if I was to spend on marketing, I don't think I would have been able to afford it. So all I did was to be consistent, which the first speaker said or mentioned. Consistency is key. I was consistent. I built trust, though I used marketers now. I mean, human customer facing marketers to do the job. So we went to the streets, got to build trust, we were consistent. I would say that getting our first 100 customers wasn't really easy. We didn't jump at it. We didn't get customers at maybe the way people online have gotten their customers, maybe by posting and you see someone say, okay, I want to buy this product. No, it didn't happen that way. We started with a customer, moving to 2 customers, and at some point where we had like 30 customers and one of them collected the savings. At that point, she was the one who preached the gospel. She did the good news. Okay, I saved here and I was able to get my money back. And having in mind where we were going, we knew that our plan was to get these offline customers online. But the first thing we need to do was to build trust. So we were consistent. We were there to help them. We were there to listen to them. We were there to advise them at some point on their financial the financial stability and their businesses. But to not to waste so much time or spend so much time on this, I would say we little resource on marketing. We did our marketing ourselves, so we didn't have to pay for ads. In fact, we didn't have to go online. So which will bring me back to identifying your customer, identify who you are dealing with, and that will really help the business to go a long way. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that point. So what practical digital tools can SMEs use to automate marketing rather than hiring large teams? Because you had mentioned that, you went door to door talking to people and getting them in. So for people that don't have large teams, what can you say to them?
So do it yourself. Omolara said something. She said it's in the brain. You have to use your brain. It has gotten to the point that there's barely nothing I cannot do. I'm not yet to. I would go online to learn it on AI on ChatGPT. So you learn how to use Canva. You want to do a content. You don't know how to put some things together. Go and learn how to do designs. Learn how to use cartoons. I was working on an ed tech project recently, and I gave the project to a UI UX person to build for me. And after weeks, the person came back to me. I'm sorry, I'm not going to continue with this project. I'm willing to refund your money. I was devastated because I wasn't expecting that person to come to me. I've paid you well. To cut the long story short, I woke up angry. Like I woke up angry and I sat down a whole Saturday and I did my design. I don't know how to use animations. I don't know how to. So I just feel there are so many tools out there. And are you willing to put your time? Are you willing to give your time to learning? Are you willing? I know there are tools like Canva, there are tools for scheduling, tools for communication. WhatsApp, we have WhatsApp messages. So when someone message you, automatically you can automate a message. I will be back. I'll be back shortly. So make use of those tools. And I'm not going to say you should automate parts where you need to keep relationships. So there's some messages you don't send via automation. You have to personalize such messages. But there are tools for scheduling like Meta Business Suite. We have, in fact, there's so many tools online. All you need to do is type your problem or the challenge on AI tool, then it gives you solution. So if you don't have teams you're working with, I can say vividly when I started, I do not have enough teams, but I was out there by myself. I designed my card myself. I designed my flyer myself. All I did was to give it to a print, someone who is printing, like a brand person to go through it and to print for me. So if you don't have people around you, you don't have teams, you can do it yourself.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much for that. As you've heard, SME owners, you have to learn a lot of things in order to get ahead and also keep the budgets really tight. Now, I want to know, what role does customer data play in making smarter marketing decisions on a tight budget?
Okay, data plays a huge amount of role when it comes to making marketing decision, and not just marketing decision, for everything you do in your business. Data play key roles because it's your data that will tell you what your customer wants. Your data will tell you what your customer do not want, and it helps you save time guessing. Data will tell you this is it. You don't need to beat around the bush. It's like a compass. It gives you direction. I can say when I started with the offline customers, and I knew that at some point they were withdrawing their money. So I know most people, that's the mentality they have when it comes to offline savings. They do like an ajo, the normal isusu, and at the end of the month they get their money back. So they get the money back. So what do they use the money for? Some of them use it to pay bills. Some of them used to. So why can't I add bill payments to my app? Then it started from there. So the data told me that customers will always collect money at the end of the month. So when you look at the end of the month, we pay out. So for a business person or as a business person, you sell food, you look at it that whenever you tell people that you'll be selling jollof rice today, you have more order for jollof rice. So why don't you look at it? Okay, why can't I sell jollof rice maybe twice a week, 3 times a week? Because I think people eat jollof rice more, people eat fried rice more. So your data will lead you to a specific point. It gives you like guideline. It helps you not to gamble around. You don't beat around the bush. It gives you a direction. Sorry, you're muted.
I'm really sorry. I totally
fine.
forgot. So, lastly, before I let you go and Omolara takes the stage, I would like to know if you were advising a startup with zero marketing budget, like they don't have anything at all, what would be your like 90-day action plan? For them, what would it look like?
Okay, the first thing is identify your customers, know your customers. So for someone like me, I would, if someone was to tell me go online, go and market, go and do, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't listen to you. So depending on your business or your customers. Now let's talk about customers who need the digital world like actively. So the first thing is you need to clean up your social media bio, like your name, your handle, your address, your phone number, have those things in place. So maybe a 90 days plan will be like a 3 month plan. So maybe the first 2 weeks, you have those things clean up. You ensure that you have every necessary details your customer will need. Maybe the next 2 weeks, which is the third and the fourth week, I would say go and build content. We've been talking about different content, and I've gotten to know that the world that we have now, you can create content that will go round the world, even beyond what you think or imagine. So I was in a theme. I am currently in a theme, and we did a content. The content went viral. Thank God I didn't show my face because I really don't like being out there. So the content went really, really viral, and I'm like, oh my God, we didn't see this coming. So build content, build a plan, maybe 10 pieces of videos or animation or your food content, whatever you sell. So have a plan for the next 4 weeks or 8 weeks so that you have time to push out posts. Even while pushing out posts, you are preparing for the next 4 to 8 weeks. Also connect with people, build relationship. I wouldn't overemphasize this. For every business to thrive, you need to build good relationship with your customers, because your first customer might get you, not might, will get you your next customer. If you have done really well with your customer, good customer service, good relationship, your first customer should be able to get you another customer. So build relationship, connect with people, do intentional connection. Like, I mean, go online, look at people who need your product, connect with them. You don't need to tell them I sell land. There's something that I learned recently about people who sell land. They don't come out straight to you every time that they sell land. So they give you advice on how to save to buy land. They advise you generally about land banking and the like. So build that relationship, and you can start posting. Check your post, check the results that your post has given to you, get feedbacks, and also I would say continuously you ask for referrals. So tell your customer, please, can you refer me? Can you please tag a friend? Maybe when I sew a clothes for you, you can wear it and tag my company. Those things will help you as a beginner or as an SME who is just starting. But make sure you are planning. Make sure you have your plans clearly written out and stated. Thank you.
I think we lost Noma for a second.
Yeah, I guess as much.
I mean, I think we can just continue to have conversations on marketing, right? I think one of the things most business owners or founders would, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this, would, one thing they would find interesting now about the social media landscape is that it has become harder, more competitive to be able to get get in touch with the right audience, right? Post 2024, it was 2024 I started noticing this because I track these things a lot for some of the people I work with. They so before 2024, the algorithms were structured in such a way that if you had to reach out like if you create an organic content, the algorithm takes what you're talking about because there's a way it filters through the text of what you're saying, and then it matches it with a certain profile of people, and then just pushes it to them organically, right? But now what it does is it picks out just certain keywords of that, right? Then if those keywords represent an interest, it's going to push that content within the line of that interest. Let me give you an example. So if we're talking about shoes in this conversation, algorithm suddenly knows that, okay, this conversation is about shoes. And it finds all the people who want to buy shoes, who like shoes, who have been watching shoes content, and it pushes it to them. Now, if your story is not creative enough, the first 10, 15, 20 people that scroll away from your story, the moment they do that, it's not sending it to more people. That's the end of that. That is the end of that conversation. Oh, hey, Norma. Welcome
Sorry,
back.
Nigeria happened to me. My Wi-Fi just went off. Okay, so Eniola, I'm sure I missed out in that very important answer you were given, but I wouldn't want to take us back. So if Omolara doesn't mind, she can start her presentation now so we can just get ahead of time.
All right. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to share my screen shortly. I was guessing that I could have shared it while I was speaking in the very beginning. So pardon me, it's my phone I'm using. So can you confirm you can see my screen? Where's this thing again? Hello?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay, sorry, I have to on show it again. I don't know because I don't know what's wrong with my phone right now. But just give me a minute, please, while I pull it up again. Okay. All right. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Oh, great. So just doing a quick presentation on the practical strategies for SMEs. This is something I put together quickly just to share my thoughts on, what we're speaking on today, right? And one of the first things I want to talk about or to break is the biggest marketing myth, which means that marketing is equal to spending a lot of money. Right, this is a very big myth. A lot of companies out there, they've broken this myth times and times again, right? But it's still something that you would still hear out there. Oh, marketing, I don't have money. Oh, this is too expensive, right? But that is actually totally not true. There are different ways that you can look into marketing, putting yourself out there without spending shishi or without even spending up to like 10K, 20K, right? Not to get into products, right? Because I'm a product manager. One of the things that I usually tell my clients or tell where I work or who I work with is validating your idea first and foremost, right? Without spending any money is the way to know that your idea is actually what's trying, right? So validate that idea without spending of any money shows that you've actually cracked the code, right? So now we're bringing that into marketing, putting your product out there and letting it be seen by people without spending too much money shows that you're the right path. So what are the marketing acts for on budget, right? So there are 4 things I pointed out. 1 is personal branding, 2 is content creation, 3 is guerrilla marketing, and 4 is referral marketing. I'm not speaking on each of this very briefly, right? So for 1, personal branding. This just simply means that you are the product first. Before you sell your product, you yourself are the product, right? You need to create thought leadership around yourself. You need people to be able to trust that you know what you are doing, so that by the time you're giving them the product, they know that is an expert that is giving it to them. You see a lot of thought leadership happening around you everywhere you look, on LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram. People are talking about what they know, their expertise. Now, if you are a baker, talking about baking, talking about the tools that you can use to save yourself money. It just shows that you're not just a beginner, you're not a novice. You've been in this space for a long time to be able to create valuable lessons for others to learn, right? And this is one of the best ways in marketing, creating content around yourself, creating a thought leadership, sharing genuine insights, and most importantly, posting consistently, right? You'll find it opening doors for you where normally you would have to pay for. Right, it happened in my own life as well. When I'm consistently posting about what I do, who I am, my startup and everything, I find doors opening for me. When even this call I'm on now, right, I didn't have to ask for it. I was reached out to simply because my story is out there, my brand is out there. I've spoken about myself enough for people to notice me, right? So you need to do that about your business, do that about yourself. No matter what business you do, let your product be you first, right? Moving on to the second one is content creation. And I've said it, if you have to dance, right? Everybody's doing one content or the other. You should not be missing out. Don't waste your time watching content when you can be creating content on your brand, right? No matter what you are doing, you are able to create content. Do it. Start with storytelling. Authenticity, I've mentioned before, be authentic whatever you do, right? Don't copy people, don't do the same thing everybody's doing. Even if it is similar content, be authentic with your own, because like I mentioned, nobody can tell your story as much as you do, right? This one, I like this part very well, guerrilla marketing. I'm going to start with a story that I heard some time ago, right? So there was this new this new drink that was coming out, right? And they needed to beat a lot of competitors, right? But they didn't know how to do that, because they know if you want to beat Coke, if you want to beat Fanta, if you want to beat these other people that are well known, you need to spend millions and millions of pounds and nairas and dollars to get it. So what did they do? They did something very, very smart that to today, I think is very ingenious, and it's something that we can think about. So what did they do? During this happened in US, right? And it can be applied anywhere. So during a major stadium event, like there was a football event happening, right? So what they did was they took empty bottles of their products and dumped it into the dumpster outside of the stadium, in lots of them, and they littered everywhere with the dumpsters, and with the not as if they littered, but they just they put it in the dumpsters. So what were they trying to achieve? So they're trying to trick people to think that everybody in that stadium was drinking. They understand your message. Are they able to interpret your message to mean something valuable for them, right? So test run with your clients, test run with your people first. Ask them, this message that I have, do you understand it at the first instance? So test run it with people before you start running ads, right, on them. So the bottom line is SMEs winning right now aren't the ones with the biggest budgets, but they're the ones that are consistent, build trust, and aren't afraid to be seen. Just start from there. So that is what I have to say regarding this topic, and hopefully it's useful to someone. Someone learns something, and you're able to grab 1 or 2 things from there. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much, Omolara, for that very insightful and wisdom-packed presentation. So before I let everyone go, because we've come to the end of our session, I would want each of you to say just one thing you would want an SME owner to leave today's session with. Starting with Eniola, what's one thing you would want SME owners to know and keep in mind while leaving this session?
Yeah, what I would leave with people today is which is very important. I'm going to leave back with three strategies. And the number one strategy is the specific strategy. Know your customers, know who you are dealing with, and deal with them appropriately. So this helps you to reduce stress, reduce frustration. You are not frustrated because you know who you are dealing with. The second strategy is do the extra. Don't just stop at that point. That's another part of marketing that people don't talk about. When a customer orders pepper soup from you, please spice it up. If a customer gets maybe his or her clothes sewn from you, please put a thank you message, do the extra, and don't just leave it at that point. And the third one is building relationship. Build relationship. Say thank you even after a customer has purchased something from you, because I'm going to just say this because it is very important. A customer will get you more customer than the ads you want to do, than you wanting to pay a marketing strategist to come on board. Say thank you, follow up with customers, get to know your customers, check about what you've sold to them. Are you enjoying my product? What do you have to say? Do you have any feedback for me? Which is key. These three strategy will help you to go a long way. You're muted.
Lara, can you hear me now? What's one thing you would want our listeners to go home with today?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
All right. I think I've said everything in my presentation. Just start from somewhere, right? Don't be afraid to be seen. Don't be afraid to start from the bottom. Just start and just be consistent. That consistency will take you very, very far.
Okay, so Dami, any last words for us?
Yes, we are in the decade of the genius, right? So think outside of the box for real this time, right? Not as a saying that we've heard all our lives. Think creatively. Your creativity is going to determine the stories you can tell. And the stories you can tell will determine the eyeballs that see you and the quality of those eyeballs, right? You can have a lot of eyeballs seeing you. If they're not quality, it won't convert to a sale. Even if it converts to a sale, it may convert to the type of sale that you're not interested in, maybe a low ticket offer, right? But if you tell high quality stories, if you tell creative stories, the quality of people that see you would reflect that, and you'll be able to close the high ticket offers you have, and be able to, just have a flywheel of marketing.
Okay, thank you so much. That's the much that we can take today on SME Clinic on Business Day Television. I want to say thank you to our distinguished panelists for a rich and insightful discussion, and thank you also our viewers for joining us on SME Clinic. My name is Norma Obona, and until next time, keep building, keep growing, and keep innovating. Bye.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses.
but telling the stories behind there. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You've been tuned into Business Day Television News Update, reaching you live from our studios here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, air cargo reform signal push for non-oil exports. And Biodogu platform doesn't alter exchange rates. And also, Nigeria needs 12%. Nigeria needs 12% growth for $1 trillion economy, Minister. And then lastly, Nigeria rebounds to positive equity on 1.2 trillion naira sales. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. Now, as part of the push, a fan commissioned a new cargo terminal in Lagos and resumed direct cargo revenue collection at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport. And supporters argue the reforms could cut post-harvest losses, improve cold chain efficiency, and position Nigeria as a leading air cargo hub in Africa. Critics, however, question whether the expansion is backed by clear traffic growth and a data warning that higher tariffs and heavy infrastructure spending could undermine competitiveness in the long term. And now moving on, the Nigerian Customs Service has clarified that its Unified Customs Management System, BODOGU, does not generate or alter exchange rates used for cargo clearance. And now the service said the platform only applies official rates transmitted by the Central Bank of Nigeria. And the customs spokesperson Abdullahi Maywada explained in a statement that BODOGU automatically integrates exchange rates sent electronically by the Apex Bank CBN. And Maywada also stressed that the system does not determine or adjust rates and applies them uniformly across all customs formations. And Customs also dismissed reports linking it to an exchange rate of 1,451.63 naira per dollar on February 6, 2026, and noting that the official rate applied that day was 1,365.56 naira as communicated by the CBN, and reaffirmed its commitment to transparency and compliance with national fiscal and monetary policies. And still on, the Minister of State for Finance, Doris Uzoka Anite, say Nigeria must sustain 10 to 12% annual GDP growth over the next decade to reach President Bola Tinubu's $1 trillion economy target, describing the $1 trillion goal as specific and measurable, and outlined the structural reforms to strengthen frameworks. And meanwhile, Uzoka Anite highlighted the disinflation and growth acceleration strategy, a 9-pillar plan targeting non-inflationary growth above 7% by 2027. Now, the minister pointed to the Dangote refinery as an example of boosting revenue, and on the international front, Nigeria's removal from the FATF grey list and submission of ECOWAS tariff offers under the AfCFTA were highlighted as steps to strengthen trade. And Abraham Durosao of NSIA stressed that $100 to $150 billion annual infrastructure investments are needed, combining PIDF resources, private capital, and state interventions. Coming up, Nestle Nigeria rebounds to positive equity on 1.2 trillion naira sales. We'll bring you this and more after this short break. Stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday. on Business Day.
You're welcome back. You're still watching News Update on Business Day Television at 2. Nestle Nigeria reported strong full year 2025 results with revenue rising to 1.2 trillion naira from 958.8 billion naira in 2024. An equity turning positive at 12.9 billion naira from a negative 92.3 billion naira. The company achieved a net profit of 105 billion naira, reversing 164.6 billion naira loss the previous year, while export sales grew 56% to 10.2 billion naira. And now the CEO, Wasim El-Husseini, attributed the turnaround to operational efficiency, relative stability of the naira against the dollar, as negative retained earnings fell by 53.6% from 243.2 billion naira to 112.8 billion naira. El-Husseini noted that the company would continue driving cost efficiencies, emphasizing the sustainability and long-term value creation for stakeholders remain a priority. Now, overall, Nestle Nigeria's 2025 performance marks a significant recovery, positioning the company for growth amid a more stable economic environment and renewed operational strength. And now away from that story, trading on the Nigerian Exchange Limited ended slightly lower, with the all-share index down 0.06% to 194,370.20 points, and market capitalization easing 124.75 trillion naira. Now, while volume traded rose 21% to 1.4 billion units, total value dipped 13.4% to 46.2 billion naira, with FTG Insure leading by volume, while Zenith Bank dominated in value. Now, the NGX banking and insurance indices fell due to profits taken in Tier 1 lenders and insurers, while the NGX Consumer Goods Index rose on strong demand in food and beverage stocks. And meanwhile, market breadth was negative, with 22 gainers against 54 losers. Top performers included Jais Bank, Okomu Oil Palm, and Trans Nationwide Express, while ABC Transport, RT Briscoe, and Skyway Aviation posted the steepest losses. Analysts note that sector rotation and profit taking are driving price action while reducing exposure to financial stocks ahead of upcoming corporate results. And also, the managing director of Total Energies EP Nigeria, Matthew Boyer, announced a 5-megawatt solar plant at OML 58 to power the Ubeta gas project, aiming to cut emissions while expanding Nigeria's energy supply. And according to reports, the plant will reduce reliance on conventional energy and lower carbon intensity, helping position Ubeta as a near net zero gas development. And Boyer said Total Energy's strategy focuses on increasing oil and gas output and scaling electricity generation, as the Ubeta gas project will deliver 300 million cubic feet of gas daily. The managing director highlighted that routine gas flaring was eliminated in 2023, and 2,500 emission monitoring systems, including OSIA technology, and track emissions in real time. In his words, partnerships with local operators like Amnicon Oil and Sapetro remain key to faster project delivery and economic value creation, while emphasizing on knowledge transfer, skills development, and nurturing future energy professionals. And now, to end the local news, Olatunji Disu has assumed the office as Nigeria's 23rd indigenous Inspector General of Police, promising to modernize the police, enforce accountability, and rebuild public trust through stronger community partnerships. And Disu, drawing on his frontline experience, acknowledged challenges like outdated systems, misconduct, and a trust deficit with communities, vowing a people-oriented police while pledging better welfare and working conditions for officers. Now, the new Inspector General of Police unveiled the three-pillar reform plan, which is about professionalism, modernization, and accountability, and as well as community partnership, as he stressed on intelligence-led policing, digital tools, strict discipline, and citizen engagement. Egbetokun reflected on his tenure and noting gains in intelligence, digital tracking, and then community policing and officer welfare, and he also urged the DSU to consolidate reforms and accelerate institutional progress. And coming up, the IMF completes Egypt reviews, unlocking about $2.3 billion. This and more after this break. Stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only not yet.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Yes, still on until 2 p.m. News behind. And now the International Monetary Fund says it completed 2 reviews of Egypt's economic reform program, along with another review under the Resilience and Sustainability Facility, allowing the country to draw about $2.3 billion. And according to reports, Egypt will receive roughly $2 billion under its 46-month loan program and $273 million under the RSF, bringing total disbursements to about $5.2 billion. Now, Egypt agreed to a $3 billion IMF loan in December 2022, later expanded to $8 billion in March 2024 amid high inflation and foreign currency shortages. The IMF credited Egypt's stabilization efforts, noting the tight monetary and fiscal policies and even exchange rate flexibility helped restore macroeconomic stability, reduce inflation, and strengthen the external position. The fund, however, warned that structural reforms have been uneven, particularly the divestment of state assets, where progress has lagged. And also, Ivory Coast has revealed plans to bring forward the start of its cocoa mid-crop season for the first time. Now, this move will allow regulators sharply cut the price paid to farmers, aiming to address a growing surplus of unsold cocoa, and fall in global prices have made Ivorian cocoa more expensive, leaving stockpiles both inland and at the country's port. And cocoa produced next month will now be classified as mid-crop rather than main crop, while farmers are expected to receive between 800 and 1,000 CFA francs per kilogram. Now, this is a significant drop from the main crop price of 2,800 CFA francs, with authorities hoping the lower price will boost sales and reduce the stockpile. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. The number of work visas issued by Britain fell 19% in a year to December 2025. Government data showed highlighting the effect of tighter visa rules. A total of 168,000 work visas were issued, down from 2024 and 50% lower than in 2023. Now, visas for the health and care sector were halved, while other skilled worker visas dropped by 36%, continuing a trend of falling illegal migration. And illegal arrivals increased, with 46,497 detected, up 7%, and 89% arriving in small boats, while 100,625 people claimed asylum, 4% fewer than the previous year. Now, the figure add pressure on Prime Minister Keir Starmer to demonstrate control over immigration amid rising populist opposition. And also, U.S. aerospace and semiconductor suppliers are facing worsening shortages of rare earths like yttrium and scandium, which are critical for engines, defense tech, and 5G chips. According to reports, most production comes from China, while exports remain low despite partial easing of restrictions. Prices for yttrium have jumped 60%, forcing some supplier to pause production, as exports from China have dropped sharply from 333 tons to 17 tons. And semiconductor firms are also short on scandium, essential for advanced chips. Global production is tiny, and the U.S. has no domestic supply, and export licenses from China are slow. Experts warn that China's dominance in rare earths shows the risk to strategic sectors and the need for stockpiles and supply diversification. Now we'll bring you the sports news after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to News Update, and I'm moving on to sports news. Goals from Victor Osimhen and Barry Yilmaz helped get seal qualification for the last 16 of the UEFA Champions League, despite surrendering a 3-goal aggregate lead in a dramatic cracker against 10-man Juventus on Wednesday. And although Galatasaray fell 3-2 after extra time on the 9th, Osimhen's crucial lead goal ensured the Turkish champions progressed 7-5 on aggregate, setting up a last 16 showdown with either Liverpool or Tottenham Hotspur. Now, this marks the Galatasaray's first appearance at this stage of Europe's elite competition since 2014, and they were fortunate to advance, even with Juventus playing most of the contest with 10 men. Now, Juventus had taken the lead through Manuel Locatelli's 37th minute penalty before the match swung on a controversial refereeing decision shortly after halftime. Now, to end the news, UEFA on Wednesday rejected Benfica's appeal over the provisional suspension of Gianluca Prestiani, ruling the Argentine winger out of the Champions League tie against Real Madrid. Now, Prestiani was handed a provisional one-match ban following allegations of racist abuse reported by Real Madrid forward and Vinicius Jr. during last week's 1-0 defeat in the knockout round play of first leg. Benfica indicated they will challenge the decision, as the Portuguese club admitted the appeal was unlikely to have any practical effect before Wednesday's return leg at the Santiago Bernabeu. And meanwhile, this is where we wrap up the Business Day television news update this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more. I am Destiny more. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Yeah, you're very welcome once again to Behind the Headlines, where we offer a deeper analysis and implications of selected stories published by the Business Day newspaper. My name is Destiny Momo. Now, the story today is centered around Nigeria's exporters pivot China amid U.S. trade uncertainty. Now, amid growing uncertainty in the U.S. trade policy, Nigeria exporters are recalibrating strategies, pivoting towards China's vast market. But does this shift represent smart diversification or even risky dependence? With me to examine the economic geopolitical implications of this story is Bethel Olujobi, the writer himself of the story. You're welcome, Bethel.
Thank you very much.
Good to have you as always with your baritone voice. I'm sure you're here to analyze what you gave us on the headlines this morning very quickly.
Glad to be back.
So good to have you.
Thank you.
Now, what specific U.S. policy, right, uncertainties are actually driving Nigerian exporters away, from the American markets?
Well, what we've seen in recent times is since Trump came into office, Donald Trump came into the seat of the President of the United States, returned last year. And since then, he's implemented a couple of protectionist policies to protect local, what he calls local production. And that includes, and his biggest play, his biggest card is tariffs. And what we saw recently was that Trump had imposed a couple of tariffs, negotiated a couple with countries, and that was after he just put a couple of tariffs on countries that trade with the U.S. But recently, what we saw was that the Supreme Court met and they ruled against the tariffs he played last year. And then that was the ones he used under his emergency powers. The Supreme Court said that it was arbitrary and it was unlawful. So Trump, that same day, this was Sunday, over 4 days ago thereabout, on Sunday, same day, Trump went on live television and he said that he's invoking another pact or another part of the U.S. law that allows the U.S. president to impose tariffs. He said, Supreme Court has struck down my tariffs that I've negotiated with other countries. Now I'm bringing in this one. And then this new tariff ensures that, or he made sure that every country, that it's a global 10% tariff on every import into the US, which is lower for some countries, because some countries had as high as the one with China was back and forth. It rose at some point to 125. Other African countries had 30, 15 thereabout. But Nigeria was 15 rather. It was 14, increased to 15. So then Trump, that less than 24 hours later, said, I might raise it to 15%. That was 10% before. And then he said, I'm going to raise it to 15% for every country. So every import into the US would have a 15% tariff ward. For Nigeria, now this is quite tricky because Nigerian imports already had 15%.
On it already.
Yes. And then Trump came and said, okay, now it's 10 from today, yes. And then, but I'm going to raise it to 15. So there's a lot of uncertainty regarding that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is bringing a little bit of controversy in this whole process. But nevertheless, which sectors do you think are mostly affected by this pivot to China? Is it agriculture, solid minerals, manufacturing, or even oil-related exports?
So the U.S. and China are the biggest trading partners of the world. True. While Trump is doing that, raising tariffs, China last week, just recently, very recently this month, on the 15th of February, came out and said during a meeting with African leaders that from May 1st, I'm removing tariffs from China, import goods from African countries.
Oh, wow.
So he said he will lower tariffs. Meanwhile, the US is raising tariffs. So for countries like Nigeria, who depends a lot on export revenue on China, right? So it's a little attractive. It's more attractive. The China market becomes more attractive than the US market, because then exporters think, I'm taking my goods to the US where I face uncertainty. I don't know if it's 10% today. Trump can say it's 15% tomorrow. He has already said that. Why don't I take it to China, who is saying that I'm not going to pay anything on it?
Wow.
And what we've seen from the data is that in recent times, exports to China have risen consecutively for the past 3 years. So what exporters who spoke to me said was that now that this tariff has been brought down, businesses who want to make money will look for markets where the margin is better.
Exactly. And that means that China will gain more from Nigerian businesses.
Yes. So we expect to see more exporters taking their goods to the Chinese.
It's not just about, gaining these goods from China as in because they brought it to favor us.
Yes.
We are hoping that Nigerian businessmen will not opt for inferior or low quality products, right, to further make more profit for themselves rather than have Nigerians, make Nigerians or ensure that Nigerians get quality products.
Yeah, so now there's some kind of pressure. There's some kind of expectation on Nigerian exports. So manufacturers or farmers or whatever the exporter is taking to China will now need to be of good quality.
Yeah, more quality conscious.
Because, there's going to be some kind of competition. Because if they're lowering tariffs on African goods, it means that other African countries would want to export to China as well. So where would manufacturers in China or importers in China go to? It will depend on how competitive the good is in terms of quality and in terms of price. So we're seeing agricultural goods primarily affected by this. Oil is one of our major exports to the US, and but we're trying to diversify non-oil exports like cocoa, fertilizers, minerals, urea. So are making their way to the US. So what exporters told me is that we might see some of these products beginning to go to China. And even those that don't go to China might be lesser. The export to the US side might be lesser, while the ones on Chinese side rises. That's really it. So if
it's very clear now.
Yeah, so even if some goods that are non-negotiable to the US might not really go, but we will see more export to China than to the US. There will be that disparity.
Well, I think it's something great that is about to happen. The shift is actually, very encouraging, if you ask me. But then again, does this shift improve Nigeria's foreign exchange stability? Given that it could be, it could deepen dependence on a single dominant trade partner. Don't you think so?
We already have a very huge trade deficit with China.
Okay.
We import more from China than we export to China. So we import a lot of goods. In fact, the last trade data we found was that Chinese import rose up to $24 billion. Yes, compared to our export, which was just 3. Right? So this obviously would encourage that will close that deficit.
Exactly.
So it means that we're not just import dependent, it also encourages us to export more.
Trust me, I'm going to start
export more. And something interesting that I learned from while writing the story was that some of our exports have actually been destined for China, but have not gone directly to China. So exporters see, okay, Niger, for example, has preferential trade agreement with China. So instead of exporting the sesame seeds directly from Nigeria to China, we move it through Niger, which has lower tariffs. So with these tariffs now lowered for everybody, instead of going through any other country, we can then establish these direct ties.
Oh, wow.
So which would obviously bring in more effects directly into the country.
Exactly. Wow, this is good. I just hope that it's sustainable, and I hope that this whole process is not bastardized by some very selfish individual, which of course that they exist, right? So then, how competitive are Nigerian exporters in the Chinese market compared to other African or even Asian exporters?
So Nigerian exports to China, as it stands, we have some things that are going in, some agricultural goods that are going in right now, sesame seeds,
shea butter.
Yeah, some of those things, and so we're seeing a lot of much of our minerals going to China.
True.
Yeah. So what we're seeing now is that Nigeria might begin to raise up more of those exports. So ensure that more goes there now. So we might be taking some of the things we give to the US and then give them to China. And obviously, there's everybody wants good things. Nobody wants to dump their goods over there, right? Nobody wants to dump their goods from other countries into their own country. So obviously, China is going to be looking for quality.
Exactly.
It's going to be looking for quality,
and vice versa,
and vice versa as well. So the more their expectations rise, the more ours does.
True. And I'm sure that by the time that is done, everyone will go home happy, because at the end of the day, the partnership has been met. So then again, what does these realignments mean for Nigeria's long-term trade diversification strategy and even the geopolitical positioning?
Nigeria for a long time have been talking about diversifying their trade.
Okay.
We want to export more things than oil, more energy, we want to import more export, more agricultural products, we want to export more finished products. So this is kind of an opportunity to show just how much we want that.
Oh, wow.
So if we say we want to export a lot, or we want to diversify, first of all, our trade relations. We don't want to just trade with these few people. We want to ensure that these others are also getting part of it. Yes. So this is an opportunity. China is saying
feast on this opportunity and
do
so much with it.
Yeah, and also we should also not, in as much as the tariff barrier is down, I think African exporters should not just take everything to China. We could also explore other countries, especially internally under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, to ensure that our export, that's how it will be truly diversified.
I'm sure this will yield so much positivity.
Because it could be tempting to say, well, there are no tariffs, we might as well take everything there. But others suffer. And we also suffer, because then if anything happens in China like it is in the US, then we're sitting ducks.
Oh, wow. Wow, now this is a very good development if you ask me, and I want to congratulate you for actually doing this research and bringing this to the fore, because a whole lot of people do not know that this kind of opportunities, pre-exist and even existing right now. And then you went on and on, to make it easier. The flexibility in your story actually, gave us a whole lot of knowledge. And I just want to thank you and congratulate you and encourage you to do, more headline stories like this to keep us informed. So we've been talking to Betta Olujobi, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you very
writer
much.
of the story here on Business Day newspaper. Now that's where we wrap today. Until tomorrow, thanks for watching. I am Destiny Momo. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.